and tell them they can't run because we've met the quota of 3 people. Um, that would, I mean, I'm up to hear it, but I would struggle to find a reasonable solution to that. Um, so I can't see how that would work in itself.
All right, gentlemen, we're just going to take a very quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. We'll get back to that point, Mr. Maru. Thank you. Stay with us.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these 3 priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
Please stand by for live coverage of the Cayman Islands election. Please stand by for live coverage. Please stand by for live coverage of the Cayman Islands election.
It's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizour. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille. New DRL design headlights. New tail lamp design. Auto LED headlamps. Infotainment display. 2-tone seats. Rear seat AC vent. Elegance. Toyota's legendary reliability. Call 946 Toys.
Welcome back to Cayman Votes 2025. We're going to toss it now to one of our reporters who has been on the ground since early o'clock, as Tammy likes to say, and that is Philip Richter, who's with one of the candidates to CINP.
Hello, I'm here, Philip Richter here. I'm standing outside Cayman Islands National Party headquarters with Party Secretary General, Mr. Tony Rich. Tony, how are you?
I'm great, feeling great.
Thanks
for asking.
Great. And, how was today for you?
It was a fantastic day. There was a lot of energy, certainly here at the party headquarters, and quite a bit taking place in terms of, working with the various teams that are respective base camps around the island. So it's been a great day.
That's excellent. Now, how are the candidates feeling with the voter turnouts in in the 12 electoral districts?
I'd say for the most part across the 12 electoral districts where we have candidates, they felt great. So we've been in contact multiple times throughout the day, and they're feeling great about the turnout. And of course, they've been getting a lot of positive feedback from constituents and really, strong supporters who've been reassuring them that they've been out, they voted, and they're looking forward to the results.
Nice. And how is the mood of the party now that the polls have closed?
Well, I would be lying if I said we're not a little anxious, but I'll tell you what, we're optimistic. We're optimistic because people have said to us they want change. We believe that there are a number of significant changes taking place, and we're in a big position.
Nice. Now, what is the next step for the party?
The next steps are going to be rather trying because obviously we believe that at this stage we're in a very strong position and we believe we're going to have the numbers we need to form a government. But clearly, we have to wait until the numbers are counted. And based on the count, we have to decide then where to go from here in terms of whether we have enough to form a government or whether we actually have to work with someone else to make that happen. But we believe at this stage that we're in a very strong position and we will be part of the next government.
My last question is, what makes the CIMP different from the other two parties, the PPM and the Caymanian Community
Now,
Party?
there are a number of different things. I mean, in this case, we built this project from the ground up. We're new, and we decided that we were going to have a number of, I guess, we decided we wanted to raise the bar. So we recruited wisely in terms of the candidates that we have. We also made clear that we had a very strong constitution that spoke to the type of candidacy we'd have and how we'd operate as a party. And we also allow for persons to help us build it from the ground up by weighing in on the constitution and also, of course, working with us on the various work streams so that from the ground up, we decided based on what our candidates were feeling and importantly, based on what constituents were saying, what are the things that are wrong with Cayman? How do we address these? How do we shape these? What are the priorities? So for us, we feel really good because it's refreshing and that we've taken a perspective from the public that have endorsed us and said to us, these are the priorities, these are the challenges. We think you're the right team, get on with it. So we feel really great about what we built, how we built it, and the support that is just around us every single day.
Great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time, Mr. Rich. Back to you into the studio.
Thank you so much, Philip. It was great to get that insight. Now, what we're going to do is we are going to toss to a previous fireside chat that was had with the leader of the Cayman Community Party. That's Andre Ebanks. So we're just going to play that for you now for some insight on the discussion this election.
There's so many lessons to be applied. And that's a good thing in the sense that no one's built a time machine yet, so you can't go backwards. You can only apply this going forwards. Number one, which goes to the root of forming a party, is that people can see who the individuals that you're running with and who you would align yourself with up front, which is important why we formed the party.
So that was lesson number one.
Lesson number one.
Run with people before the vote so people know what you're planning to do should you be successful.
And do not also underestimate the value of having worked together as a team during the election, which the independents in 2021 didn't have. So we will know, for example, as we've been going through the campaign trail, what's going to set Tammy off. If we have a caucus meeting in the first 100 days, because we have the experience with Tammy on the campaign trail, we know if we bring in X, Y, and Z into the caucus without telling Tammy this person's coming in, there could be a fight afterwards. So you're getting to gel and know each other's traits, your strengths, your improvements right here on the campaign trail. So the team gets that sort of test, if you will, which wouldn't have existed in 2021 because everybody was mainly separate. I think there were a few people that were kind of linked.
There was no common ground, really. There was no manifesto.
Nothing. So even beyond the manifesto.
That was a big lesson for you to learn.
Not just the manifesto, but how it is to work with people every day, just like you must have in the studio. Mm-hmm. It's different when the team is all aligned and Compass TV has its big poster about who the team is. But how you all actually function in here makes a difference to how the success of the team. That was the other lesson. So out of the 19, so that we do not repeat 2021, and whoever that majority is, has to be the majority that is broadly aligned on principle, broadly aligned on policy objectives, and fit for purpose for each of the roles. There are 8 ministers in cabinet. Fit for purpose for each role. It's got to be the goal of the country. It in my view, it can't be because of ego of who wants which post. What I want to see is a cabinet that is highly qualified, highly stable, that can pull the country forward. In my view, that's TCCP, obviously. However, with your extension of that question, well, what if they don't all get in? You then have to look for alignment from people based on not personality, but what they have, either their track record or what they have stated in the campaign, manifesto or otherwise, that you can see transparently to form what can be the most efficient, effective, and competent cabinet willing to have standards. Because even if you have competence, but if you're not willing to uphold certain values and standards, you could be just as diabolical. Once you're in there and you see the finances, you know there's a few things that you got to take care of right away. You got to try to take care as much as you can, cost of living. You've got to try to take as much as you can, waste management. You also have to take away as much as you can, immigration and education reform. With those items in mind, hopefully you can stabilize the budget. But most importantly, out of 100 days, and I don't think I said this in the leaders debate, I think I said it in the West Bay South Forum. The overarching challenge of our time, as I see it, and my colleagues in the Caymanian Community Party see it, is narrowing the divide or the gap between the wealth in the country that's coming to the country and those without. That, to mine, is the country's central challenge. And I should have included getting back to the access to housing in those top priorities. All of those items, if you go back and look at my West Bay South Forum, are all items that are a means to closing that gap. The overarching challenge that we face, and you've heard me say this in many financial services conferences, commerce conferences, so I'm not just saying this because we're now in these roles here. You've heard me say this for the whole term, is that we have to have a system where our people, our Caymanians, are participating and benefiting from the success that's coming to the island. System of a parliamentary system rather than a presidential system, you won't have, the premier doesn't have the power to have executive orders to do certain things. In the parliamentary system and the cabinet system, some of the items that you have to deal with are already prescribed for you to bring some reality to this conversation. So the first thing you'll have to do, particularly in light, which I'm sure you'll come to in your questions, is the finances. You have to be able to now, particularly in light of that pre-election financial update, stabilize the finances to find out exactly what's been happening. Two, you then have to begin to prepare the budget for 26-27.
And the SPS, right?
And the SPS.
The strategic policy statement.
Which feeds into the 26-27 budget. So your first priority is to get a handle on the finances and to begin to do the SPS and then link that for the preparation for the preparing of the 26-27 budget, along with a line in the cabinet.
We are continuing to stay with you up until now, up until the final vote is counted. You can stay with us on Cayman Votes 2025. We'll be right back with you after the break.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these three priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizor. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille. New DRL design headlights. New tail lamp design. Auto LED headlamps. Infotainment display. Two-tone seats. Rear seat AC vent. Elegance. Toyota's legendary reliability. Call 946 Toys.
From beer to bait, and snacks to sunblock. The anchors stock you up for a day of fun at sea. Anchors. Open 7 days a week at the Cayman Islands Yacht Club.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
Cayman Votes 2025. You're watching Compass Media's election coverage, your source for the decisions shaping our future. Presented by CUC, Cayman Finance, and Logic.
Welcome back. You're watching Cayman Votes 2025. We're going to pass it back over to Tammy Sullivan, who's speaking with three of our political analysts. Let's toss it over.
Thank you, Mina. And that's right. We are here with Chris Gerzong, James Whitaker, and Mario Ebanks sharing the insights as to how this campaign trail has, how it had progressed, where we are today, and also as we wait for these numbers to roll in. I think that's what we really want to see at this stage. And we're told somewhere in between this hour, between the 8 to 9 o'clock hour, we should start to see some results coming in. So let's just pick it up from where we left off. And we're talking about the number of candidates that are running in certain districts like East End, like Cayman Brac East, where you have a small number of constituents, but a significant number of candidates, and therefore the margins can be very narrow. Mr. Mario.
Yeah, this idea of a runoff to get two contenders for the one seat in each constituency is not something new. It happens in other countries. It happens in European countries. France has it. Spain has it. Italy has it, where it's not the first past the post, but it's based on more of people getting the votes based on a bigger majority, and then you have a mandate, right? So what I am saying is that if you had a constituency of, say, West Bay West, and you had 6 people who want to run, you have a first round of runoff at a district level, and you select the 2 top vote getters, and then those 2 would go to the final election for the constituency to be the MP. Now, if you had district councils, you could also incorporate some of that methodology into that. But so we're not saying to people that we cut it off at the first 2 who are registered and that's it, but you have a runoff. So you give everybody who has an interest a chance. But you don't have a situation where you have 6 or 5 people running in a constituency of 800 people, and then you could get an MP elected with a very small amount of votes, and that MP in our context could also be the premier.
Yes.
So it has no mandate. So I think it needs to be a better system.
And I want to pick back up on that, but I do believe we have one of our reporters in the field right now. Okay, we'll come right back to that. It's not quite ready. So this is how it goes, live television.
Yes.
Right? So James, I wanted to pick up that point with you, because I know that you have long advocated for that we should have more of a national vote. How does this play into the idea of having a runoff play at the constituency level?
Yeah.
Does that affect where we should look at going as it pertains to national vote, or picking leaders nationally?
Yeah. Well, I think generally speaking, a runoff is much more acceptable than limiting who can run. In a democracy, you don't want to limit who amongst your people can step forward to run. I think the reality is, historically, we've struggled to find people wanting to run, so it hasn't been that big of a problem yet. But as we mature politically, you'll probably find that we're having more and more people run, and that would be a good thing. And so I do think you'll have to get to a point where you have some sort of runoff system where, you can't have 6, 7, 8, 9 people running in a very small constituency. People are winning by 5, 10, 15, 20 votes. And the truth is, there is no mandate, because you've split up these votes amongst a half a dozen different people. And so as our elections mature, I do think it's something that we have to consider, and also make sure that people do have the ability to run if you want to run. But there also has to be a way for the people's will to be expressed and for a mandate to be given to people as well.
Chris, you have any additional thoughts in that regard?
Well, I just wanted to say the concern about there being a lot of candidates, 58 running, now 59 or 58, I think. 58, yeah. 59, one of the two. I think the reason you saw so many candidates running was because you saw the likes of, well, at the time, Juliana Connolly had announced that she was not going to run, and then that probably gave people hope that they were going to submit their hats. So that's Cayman Brac East. Then you had Red Bay. Sir Arthur McLaughlin stepped down last time in 2021. He only had one person opposing him. He stepped down. 5 people have now come in because they now see that they have this opportunity to win. in.
What about East End, though? That didn't happen in East End.
No, it did not happen in East End, but there were some familiar players up there that have been running several times. John McLean Jr. has run for the past maybe 3, 4,
Five. I think this is his fifth one.
Okay, about five times. And then the parties felt that they had strong candidates up there as well.
We do have that interview ready to roll. I believe we're going to Simon, who's in West Bay, and he's joined by Andre Ebanks, the leader of the TCCP. Simon, over to you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm here with Mr. Andre Ebanks, the leader of the Cayman Community Party. Mr. Ebanks, how's it going? What's been going on the last couple of hours?
The Caymanian Community Party, what's been going on? I think an election.
That's true. But you were just over in Red Bay.
Yes, I went to go visit Natasha Whitelock just to see how she was doing. Again, condolences to her and her family for the passing of her brother suddenly a couple nights ago. But the Lord works in mysterious ways, and the campaign activity, I think, from what she told me, has taken her mind off the grief momentarily.
Right. So it's been a crazy few months for you, probably. I mean, you've got a lot of people in there supporting. How do you feel like the campaign's gone? What's your sort of sense right now at this kind of midnight hour as we wait for the actual results to roll in now, finally?
It's been an inspiring few months. And the feeling is just of hope. I think the campaign has touched a nerve in the community, and we are really, really excited to see if that has been reflected in the counts.
Okay. Do you feel there's been momentum as you sort of led to?
I feel a great deal of positive momentum and traction.
So what's going to happen now for the next couple of hours? Are you going to sort of stay hunkered down in your constituency office? What's going to happen?
Each of the candidates will be at their bases.
Right.
They each will have had appointed counting agents, and they'll go back periodically to check on their counting agents and check on the count, and then just enjoy the moment. I mean, we live in a democracy where some countries you don't have this opportunity to stay with your citizens, to stay in your areas, and be able to just live in the moment.
I mean, speaking of that, I mean, it is a democracy, and I think I was talking to Tammy earlier on about about how sort of organized and together and how little sort of animosity it felt like there was today. I imagine there was some degree of tension and everything like that, but do you generally feel like, the campaigning was reasonable? I mean, given, people feel very strongly about so many issues, and you talked about some of them, the housing, the economy, lots of things, but generally, would you say it was a positive run-up, or was it?
I'm proud of the campaign that we ran. I think we ran, the Caymanian Community Party ran a very professional, very clean as possible campaign. Yes, we firstly debated, but we tried to debate on points of policy and defend where needed. And I think that was appreciated by the voters and the community as we canvass and as we got people.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ebanks. So will you gather together as a single party later on tonight?
You better believe it.
Okay.
You better believe it.
So will the celebration happen if it happens?
We'll let you know.
Okay, fair enough. I really appreciate you.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
Great. Tammy, there we have it from the leader himself of the Cayman Community Party. I don't know if you have any questions for him before he departs, but it's good of him to give us some time. Imagine he's had a very long day.
It's certainly been a road to get here, Mr. Ebanks. I'm sure you're tired, but as you said, you're waiting on the count to roll in now. And I mean, let me ask you, how successful do you think your team members are going to be? Do you still have high hopes there?
Into the good people's hands, into the county agents. Nice try, Tammy.
All right. Well,
so do you have people down at the? Do you have people at the counting booth?
Yeah, counting agent.
Counting agent. Okay.
All right.
There we go.
Appreciate it.
We'll find out later on, a couple of hours.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it. And of course, like you there in West Bay, we here in the studio waiting for the numbers to roll in so we can see what shape this is all going to take and how Cayman has voted. Gentlemen, any thoughts in terms of what you heard there in that interview? One question I do have, do you feel that the campaigns that were run by the parties and even some of the independents, you feel like it was an overall positive sentiment, or do you feel it was contentious? Some of the comments that I've heard from everyday people is that they thought that this was a more contentious type campaign trail that they've seen before.
Well, I don't know. I think the days of the PPM and the UDP saw quite contentious races. I still think, you're supposed to fight a little bit. You're supposed to take the gloves off and prove why you deserve to be voted in. I don't think there was anything that was really
untoward,
out of bounds between each party. I think it was all within respect and they
rules of engagement.
Absolutely.
All right, Mr. Mario, what do you think?
I think the campaigns themselves, what we could see publicly, were very civil for the most part. Not too much mud thrown around. When I ran in 2021, I must tell you this, I had a security detail attached to me, and the last 2 days, I was told that there was a threat. So election night, I left the polling station and I had to go home, and I couldn't go out because I was told you cannot go out. So that is a bad, bad, bad thing.
I didn't realize that.
No, nobody didn't realize it except my wife and senior
wow.
police officers,
Okay.
right? Including the commissioner of police. But we don't need that. And I don't think any of that happened this time. What I saw happening this time is some of the talk shows. There was so much venom and hatred that incited people to do things like destroy signs and stuff like that and try to assassinate people's character. I'm not sure what's worse, assassinating a person physically or assassinating his or her character. So I think we have to stay away from that. And I think that as we mature politically and parties come about, we have to also remember that we're running a country, and we have to look at leaving the legacy and building a country and not just going to grab power and greed. So I think the campaigns, I want to commend all of the parties for doing a fairly good job. But I think that some of the talk shows need to tone it down a bit because it can get out of control very quickly.
James.
Yeah, my view is very much similar. I think that the election this time around with the three parties who are, again, well-funded, ran very good campaigns, I think there was about the right tone
They
that I
played
expected.
within the boundary lines, right? So they did a little bit of egging, like Chris said, they did, but it's all what you would expect. Okay.
The premier's debate, for lack of a better title.
The leaders'
I think
debate,
that was
the Chamber of Commerce one.
I think that sort of summed up the sort of totality of the tone, and it's supposed to be a little bit confrontational. But I think it was within the rules of engagement. So it was what I had hoped it would be, and it's what I thought it was going to be.
All right, well, it seems like you're all in agreement that this rolled out the way that it needed to. But your point is well taken, Mr. Mario, about some of the discourse that was happening on the airwaves and how that could incite, behavior that's not becoming. So,
when I was Chamber of Commerce manager in 1988, we started the candidates forums. And at that point, my idea was to allow it to be more of a debate, a back and forth. And the council at the time said, let's just do the Q&A thing and then we'll mature to the debate. And they really haven't matured to that level yet. It's still a Q&A situation and it's a bit repetitive, some new questions and whatnot. So Radio Cayman tried to do something this year where it's more of a kind of a live interactive debate, which didn't really work too well, but it's the first time. So I think, I think all of this discourse is good. And what you all are doing as well and have done is just fantastic.
Well, look, I always say if there's avenues and opportunities for those discussions to take place, and Chris has his talk show as well. This is where it needs to happen. This is how democracies continue to thrive. We continue to mature. To be able to have conversations in a respectful manner, but where we're engaging each other to think more discerningly. And, really, it's about education as well. And our young people are watching. And so what we say here informs those young minds as well. So I just see it as a public service, but it's a responsibility that you have to take on your shoulders and understand the importance of what that is and the impressions you leave with people and how you can shape one way or another how a person thinks. Chris?
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. I think you have a responsibility when you have a platform to be responsible with it. I think ultimately, we've seen that democracy should not be taken for granted. It can turn at the drop of a dime. I think democracy is not a promise, it is a practice. and you have to have good stewardship and I guess good hands at the helm to make sure that you can practice good democracy at the end.
Critical thinking, that's what it's about. And we're going to continue to be critical thinkers here at Cayman Votes 2025. We're going to take a quick break to stay with us.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
Recently, CUC also invited us to be part of a discussion about renewable energy and how to move forward with that in a way that protects our local forests. So finding a balance there so that we can work together to protect our forests and yet find a way to do renewable energy in a sustainable way is important. And we've been honored to be part of the discussion with CUC.
Imagine having a team of professionals in your family, managing symptoms, providing reassurance, answering your questions, and supporting you and your family through life's toughest decisions. Imagine having the best care possible, from the right medication to holistic treatments to help the body, mind, and soul. Imagine having all of that in the comfort of your own home, surrounded by the people you love. Imagine being supported in your journey, whether at home or at the Jasmine Villa. Having someone to hold your hand through the many stages of illness. You no longer have to imagine. Thank goodness for Jasmine.
You are watching Cayman Votes 2025. This is Compass Media's comprehensive election coverage. Our crews have been out and about from early o'clock this morning from the breaking of the seal, and will continue to bring you the very latest. We have some reaction now from voters in West Bay South, and we're going to hear from them to hear what they had to say earlier today as they made their way to the West Bay South polling station.
I heard you just walk down there to vote. What ended up happening?
You shouldn't bring any handbags with you and leave your phones in the car.
So you're going to drop yours off, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to drop mine back off and then go back and vote.
Is it your first time voting?
Second time.
Okay, great. Have you voted already?
I voted already, yeah.
Okay, what was the experience like down at the voting?
It was really good, really good. I mean, it was straightforward, no complications. What I really liked that the voters card had the picture, the team, whether it was independent or whether it was on a team or whatever, maybe it was really good.
How was the process for you just now?
It was good. Yeah, it ran really smoothly. It was very well organized. So yeah, I was happy with how it went. It was very easy to follow the process.
What about some of the top issues for you? Are there any particular issues that you feel are important to you?
Yeah, I think particularly the cruise berthing facility issue is very important to me. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out for sure.
Hey, all right. So there we heard from a few West Bay South voters there. I was pleased to see some young voters out there, Chris.
Absolutely. I mean, the number I think has increased quite a bit. I think out of the 30 something hundred people that were eligible to be registered that were not, there was, I think, more than half of them that got registered this election go around. I think quite a bit of them were young people between 18 to 35.
And we know that we had an increase in voter registration from 2021 to 2025 of some 2,050 voters. What impact do we think that new voter will have in these elections? James, have you put some thought to that?
Well, I think the new voters are going to have a certain point of view on the referendum items, for example. So I think, depending on what generation you're from, you take a certain view of things like cannabis that maybe an older generation might take a different view in general. I also think, it's interesting that she brought up the port as a young person. Typically, you think about people that have sort of been in tourism and not necessarily somebody that's very young, but it just shows that they're concerned about, where that sector is going to go and what it's going to mean for them. So it's good to see that young people are registering in good numbers. And my guess is, they're going to sort of craft, the issues over the next several election cycles as we sort of mature our democracy, and also our electorate is starting to get younger and younger.
So those are the younger voters, but what about new Caymanians, right? We're seeing the demographic change in regard to that. Do we think that that's going to have an impact? And I'm actually thinking of, again, I come back to your district of West Bay West, Mr. Mario, and what how the new voter might cast their ballot.
Yeah, West Bay is growing tremendously, and I think that is largely to do with traffic situation is not as bad as from the east. And of course, West Bay is the best, so people like to come to West Bay. And I was looking forward to receiving a lot of votes from the new residents, new Caymanians coming into West Bay, if I'd run this time. But I think that what will see the difference is that a lot of these people are focusing more on the issues. There are some who are also very liberal, so you have to balance the two. But I think it makes a very dynamic community, and that together with the young people who are looking more at social media is a big thing now in the campaigns, as it was 10 years ago. So it's much more dynamic, and the young voters are focusing on things like cost of living and housing. And I was very touched when I saw you mentioned Ms. Crystal Gomez, the candidate for Prospect. She, a young mother who gave up a job and left it to her husband to take care of that. And she said, I'm going to run because I'm worried about my children. Young Nicholas DaCosta in Kimbrack
West and Little Cayman.
Same thing, gave up a good job in government, young family, and said, I'm going to step forward. And he said, here I am, send me, right? And so, that represents the new wave of young people in the country and the voters. And I think it's good that we have that kind of transition. But we need to also have the older heads, don't take my gray hair to mean that I'm an older head, but to make a balance, right? So I think that's also where I think we build a stronger nation and become a bright, shining city on a hill.
I want to turn now to another district that we're looking at, Georgetown North, and some may say that the incumbent there, who is the leader of the People's Progressive Movement, that he probably has that race locked up, but Mr. Amelia Welcome has certainly given him some pressure. We have to wait to see how the numbers fall, but we do have an interview with Mr. Amelia taken today when we were out there at the polling station.
Well, it went awesome, quick in and out, and I'm confident. I know who I'm voting for, so I went and I put my X, everything that needs X, and I'm in and out. We're very confident and happy.
Okay, and how are you feeling about today? How do you think the outcome's going to be?
Oh, I know I'm going to be the next MP for Georgetown North. By the grace of God, we need a change. We need a change. We need people who cares about our people, who cares about these islands that God lent us, and not destroying our island and turning our back on our people. Our people have been suffering over the years, and it's time it stops because no one is being held accountable. Everything is just sliding by. This is where it stops. Here, today, is stops. Enough is enough.
And have you heard today?
And there's Mr. Amelia Welcome. We caught up with her earlier today as she went to cast her vote. Chris. Your thoughts?
I think it's a tough task she has. It's difficult to dethrone any incumbent, especially a party leader at that. So, given that Mr. Hugh has performed quite well over the past 3 elections, I think she will have a tough task ahead of her.
Well, we're waiting to see what those numbers are, but something we don't have to wait for is another interview. We have Seaford Russell Jr. He's been out and about all day, very busy, and he is there with Mr. Chris Saunders. He's looking a bit comfortable there, Seaford. You found a nice seat to sit in. You've been working hard all day.
Yes, Mr. Saunders have given me one of his cozy chairs at the dining table here at his residence. Thank you, Tommy. And Mr. Saunders, obviously the dust is almost settled. We've got a couple of hours left before everything is sealed and delivered and it's official. How are you feeling in this moment as the ballots are being counted?
I'm just glad it's over. I mean, prior to today, the candidates is always speaking. Now today, it was time for the voters to speak, and I think that's pretty much it. The most important thing now is that, as we always say in politics, there's no future in the past. I mean, what is done, what is said is said. The most important thing now is basically putting together a credible team and a group of competent parliamentarians to move the country forward. There are a lot of challenges on the horizon. There's a global recession that's out there. There's a trade war going on. And a lot of families are, naturally having their own anxieties and everything else. So I think whichever the next government or the next parliament is, they have to be focused on those issues that are coming along.
Yeah, you mentioned team, you mentioned government, and I wonder, you have made it clear during your campaign that you prefer to work with a certain team. I believe that is the Progressives.
Yeah.
But if push comes to shove, are you willing to work with any of the other groups should you be elected tonight?
At the end of the day, the one thing I'm going to say to people is this: there is no Chris Saunders in Parliament. The only thing that you'll have is the member for Borden West. And once the people have spoken, regardless of how you feel about anyone, regardless of what is said about anyone, the bottom line is if one particular constituent choose a group of people, a set of people, or whatever, it is incumbent on everyone elected and even the general public to accept the results of those. So at this standpoint, while I do have a preference to work with the PPM for the simple fact that I find it to be the only group with a social conscience that I think in terms of generally care about people from that standpoint. And I mean, I think at the end of the day, most voters feel the same way. And I think that the majority of seats tonight will go to between the PPM and the independents.
All right, so you mentioned the independents there, and we have heard some talks. This entire election campaign has been focused around parties, but it seems like the independents could pull some numbers here, and I wonder if there might be a dark horse in this with the independent candidates possibly forming a government of their own. Have there been any sort of conversations like that behind the scenes?
We have had conversations where we looked at different scenarios in the sense of, based on how many seats, different groups bring to the table, what we expect the government to look like, what we expect the cabinet to look like. Because one of the things that we're very mindful of, and I mean, full disclosure, I don't think you mind me saying it. I mean, I came off the phone with Kenneth Bryan just before you called, having pretty much a similar conversation. And what we pretty much both agreed on that we don't want the country to do is go back through the same thing did 4 years ago, where there's a back and forth. As I said on OC show, I think last week, or I think it would have been a Business Buzz, is that we expect at least by minimum, no more than a day or two, the public should know what the government should look like. What we don't want is a repeat, because uncertainty is not good for business, it's a good for consumer confidence, and it's good for investor confidence.
Yeah.
So we need to make sure we remove all uncertainties.
Now we speak about that distant future forming of a government, but in the immediate future, how confident are you being in this race against the two candidates that you're against, Mr. Heyman Rankin and Osborne Button? It seems like they have been hitting the grounds. I know that you have also, but what is the general feel that you've been getting this election, and do you believe that you have this one in the bag?
Listen, until the final ballots are counted, I don't trust anything. I mean, and that's the God's honest truth. At the end of the day, you know, just like with lawyers speak about juries, you don't know how a jury would go. Well, for us as politicians, we don't know how the voters would go. Naturally, I think there will be some surprises. Gordon West isn't one of them. But like with anything else, regardless of the outcome, our job as candidates is to respect the will of the people. After all, the purpose of election isn't about winning or losing. The purpose of elections is to determine the will of the people. And if the will of the people says this is what we want, then that's just what it is. So not just black and white or clear cut. It's really to determine the will of the people.
Mrs. Saunders, thank you. Tammy, I'll leave it there if you don't have any further questions.
I appreciate it. I think you covered it there. Mr. Chris, if you could hear me, I was listening with bated breath there at everything that you said. And I took note about what your hopes are once the count is done, and that we could have this locked up very quickly, and that we're not going to see the protracted negotiations that took place last time in 2021, because no one needs to go through that again. Are we of the same understanding?
The one thing I would say, Tammy, that I think makes this election different, is pretty much the ideology. The ideology is clear, or you can see clear distinction. We basically know what the other two groups are about. I mean, they're literally not really a political party. I mean, I'm not saying that to be facetious. I mean, there's no membership. It's pretty much a corporate entity that just basically came together and registered itself as a party. There was no convention, there was no member selection, there was none of that kind of stuff that you would have in a traditional party. So I think it's important to differentiate between a political party versus a corporate party. Right. And I think in this race, as I said before, and I've said in my manifesto, that there was only really one political party in this election, which is the PPM.
Well, we certainly appreciate you sharing your thoughts here with us on Cayman Votes 2025. We, as you are waiting for those results to roll in. Thank you again for your time, both to Mr. Chris Saunders and Seaford. Thank you. We will continue to check in with you throughout the night. We are going to take a quick break, but I do want to leave you with this. We have official word from Command Center Elections Office there at the Government Admin Building that we will have numbers coming in very soon, as the count has been making its way. They're starting that count. So we wait for those numbers. And now we have reaction from the pundits to that. Reaction from you, gentlemen, in terms of the count. I thought we had to go to a break. So reaction from you. Are you looking forward to those numbers rolling in? But more importantly right now, what Mr. Chris Saunders had to say. He gave us a lot of fodder there to chew on.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part, Chris has been pretty straightforward throughout his campaign, and I think it's probably no secret to anybody that he would most align with PPM. So I think he was, speaking from the heart, and he basically was saying it as it was. I don't necessarily agree with him about the description of the other parties. They are new, right? And so for this election, they have just, been born, so to speak. So it's going to take them time in order for them to mature to the level that PPM has matured since they've been around for 20 plus years in multiple administrations. But no surprises from anything Chris said. I think he was pretty straightforward in most of his campaign.
He's said pretty much the same thing throughout. I haven't heard much deviation in terms of that. Who he said he would work with. He has always been very clear that his party of choice to work with is the People's Progressive Movement.
I mean, he was definitely a founding member and a big part of the PAC, the PAC that was formed after the...
Well, that was never a party. That was a pact, really.
It was a pact.
It was an agreement.
Yeah, it was. But he was very pivotal in forming it.
Yes.
and being there. And at the time of the PAC being formed, he was very critical of the progressives because they fought to remove them. I was also an independent in the last election. But I'm really a party man. I prefer the structure, the discipline, and the ideology, and you knowing what you're going to get in terms of their policies and planks and who's going to be the leader. I prefer that role. But last time, I also experimented with this independent thing. And when we were getting towards the election day, polling day, I kept using the term "we," what we're going to do. And somebody asked me, "Who's we?" And I said, "Well, I will work with other people." But the fact is that there was no there was no structure, there was no agreement, right? And so they became a margin of convenience. Now, I realize also in this election in 2025, there are some proxies for the different parties that are running as independents in some of the constituencies. So we'll see whether this emergence of three parties as opposed to a school of independence is the better approach. Whether we're going to have a artificial insemination as opposed to the other route, which is courtship and consummation.
Oh my word!
But let's see what the embryo comes out to be. Whether it's going to be healthy and better, or whether it's going to be something that's dysfunctional. I'm sorry to put it in those medical terms.
Well, I am just.
But I'm saying to you that let us see whether the independents in each constituency, as opposed to three parties and a group of proxies, are going to produce a better way forward for our country. That's probably more political language.
It takes a lot to render me speechless. Mr. Mario Evans, you have done just that. We are going to come back because I do want to wrap up this point that we've been talking about. Stay with us. We'll be right back. This is Cayman Votes 2025.
Remind me to renew my insurance before I leave.
Just do it online with CG. Remember when my week-long vacation became a month-long excursion? Yeah, we ended up stuck in Saskatchewan, and I lived off the land for a month. Turns out I'm a natural ice fisher. Anyway, I renewed my insurance online. You never know.
An online portal that's convenient and simple. CG Britgay. Good like that.
Have you heard about Alex's Place? It's HSA's Adolescent Mental Health Hub, a comforting, safer space for ages 10 to 20. Receive expert-informed care from a multidisciplinary team of mental health professionals. Visit Alex's Place at the Georgetown Hospital front entrance. Walk-ins and referrals are welcome.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these three priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
You're watching Cayman Votes 2025. I'm going to toss it back to Chief Political Correspondent Tammy Sullivan, who's still speaking with our political analysts as well. So over to Tammy.
Mina, thank you so much. Gentlemen, we were just talking about that interview that Seaford Russell got us in there with Chris Saunders in Bordentown. He is running in Bordentown West. Chris, your thoughts? We heard from James and Mario. What are your thoughts as to what Chris Saunders said in regards to who he would work with and how he thinks the dice are going to roll after this is
I guess we have seen over the course of years people that we never thought would work together end up working together. I do think that Mr. Saunders may have a little axe to grind with specifically Dan and the TCCP. He's openly criticized Dan Scott on the legislative floor, and I think we know about
He hasn't minced his words, that's
yeah,
for
and
certain.
I think we're all aware of the history of him and Wayne Panton during their course in the pact. So he may have a I guess a proclivity to want to work with the progressives.
All right. We are going to hear from one of our reporters who's in the field right now. I believe Shanda Gallego is standing by with the latest from Red Bay.
Hi, Tammy, that's correct. We are here at the Red Bay Primary School, which was the polling station where voters turned up to cast their votes, and now is the location where the count is on. It is the electoral district for Red Bay, where we're seeing candidates Philip Banks, independent, Leon Gold, independent, or Tatum, PPM, John Thomas, CINP, Melrose, Natasha Whitelock of TCCP. What was quite interesting, and knowing that the count is on right now, what we have been seeing thus far are a couple of the candidates themselves turning up to be a part of the observing of the count. We caught up with one MP hopeful who was in a rush, but expressed his frustration with issues regarding signage. There was not enough signage to his liking, I suppose, earlier during the day, during the voting process. We also spoke with and caught up with MP hopeful, Mr. Roy Tatum, who mentioned that, and he's representing the PPM party, long-serving party member, and also I believe is his first time running. He spoke about the process being seamless, being easy and smooth, what he was able to observe, but also as able to vote today as a voter. He, however, noted to us, to the Cayman campus, the turnout was low, and he said he was not fully sure why that was or why that is. He said he was a little disappointed with that, but overall, in terms of the day itself, everything went smoothly. Tammy, he also noted he himself is feeling pretty good about this. He said, quote, the outcome of this election for him is that the country speaks loud and clear in terms of what it expects the government to be comprised of. He went on to say that last election, it went in the direction of independence. He said, with this election, he believes quote, will be a party who will lead the country. As it boils down to which party that is, he's not sure, but he said that he's expecting it to be PPM. He also told the Cayman campus he's grateful and thankful to the Cayman public for coming out and exercising their democratic right, and also knowing that it's a huge process, a huge democratic process. And he said that today was of huge importance, as what happens today sets the direction for the next 4 years. Tammy, I thought that was quite interesting and important that he mentioned that.
All right, Shanda, appreciate that. I just wanted to circle back on the comment that you made from one of the other candidates who said that there wasn't enough signage. What type of signage was he looking for? Or he didn't clarify?
Yeah, I think regarding, this is again after 6, so I assume that the signage, all signage was gone in terms of the clear directions for people coming in, maybe voting, but also the directions as to where to go in this particular polling station location.
Okay. Shanda, appreciate you bringing us the latest there in Red Bay. We'll continue to check in with you through the night, and we should see those results coming in soon. That's a word from the elections office now that the count is officially underway. They'll be plugging in those numbers. So we'll be checking in with you later on. Thank you for that. I was just checking the voter turnout in Red Bay. It's 74%. But Shanda there said that Mr. Roy Tatum, the PPM candidate there in Red Bay, expressed disappointment about the voter turnout. Maybe he's talking about the overall voter turnout, and maybe he had similar thoughts to what we thought, that maybe there would have been a bit more than the 2021 election. That's what one would assume. But,
I think, I mean, a lot of my friends and myself, I thought there would probably be closer to like maybe 76, 77%. just because of the interest in the referendum questions, as it was covered quite a spectrum there, you know, whether it was the youth interest in maybe the marijuana, the countrywide issue of the dock, and when it came down to also the lottery system, which I kind of consider just to be a country ride raffle. A little tongue in cheek, I'm sorry.
We got it. We got it. All right. We're going to go back to Mina now, who is standing by. Mina?
Thank you, Tammy. You're watching Cayman Votes 2025, and we will be with you the whole night until the final vote is counted. Stay with us. We'll be right back with you after the break.
The election news you need, the coverage you want, all in one place. Streaming on cable and Compass TV with live updates on Cayman Compass. The analysis, the reactions in real time, only with Compass Media.
From top stories to trending topics, we're bringing you everything you need to stay informed. I'm Mina Worms. Tune into Daybreak weekdays at 7 a.m. on Compass TV.
Your news, your Cayman, Compass TV.
Imagine having a team of professionals in your family, managing symptoms, providing reassurance, answering your questions, and supporting you and your family through life's toughest decisions. Imagine having the best care possible, from the right medication to holistic treatments to help the body, mind, and soul. Imagine having all of that in the comfort of your own home, surrounded by the people you love. Imagine being supported in your journey, whether at home or at the Jasmine Villa. Having someone to hold your hand through the many stages of illness. You no longer have to imagine. Thank goodness for Jasmine.
A missing piece of Cayman's maritime history, rediscovered on the other side of the Atlantic. The dream? To make her seaworthy once more and bring her home to Cayman, where she can educate and inspire a new generation. DART is helping the Fairweather Foundation make this dream a reality, and you can help too. To find out how, visit fairweather.ky.
Welcome back. You're watching Cayman Votes 2025. It's an exciting evening. We've been going through some different things about the election, the important things and the updates that people need to know, but we're currently awaiting the numbers. What I'm going to do is pass it right back to Tammy Suleiman to continue the discussion.
Thank you, Mina. And as Mina said, gentlemen, we are waiting for those numbers to come in, and we're told by the Elections Office they should be forthcoming shortly because the count is underway. But one thing I have noted is that those with whom we've spoken, that is the reporters out in the field with the candidates that they've managed to speak to so far during the course of this night, there's a level of confidence, certainly, among them. Do we think this is just typical confidence that you would see at this stage before the numbers come in? Or, you know, you have to make sure you keep up the spirits, so to speak.
Yeah, it's typical. It's adrenaline. Adrenaline is pumping right now very high amongst all the candidates. And by this time tomorrow, win or lose, they will crash with exhaustion, and the adrenaline will just leave you. I know, I've been it a couple of times. And you have to, but you have to keep that going, right? For your supporters, you have to be positive. Even though you might suspect there's a problem, you know, Houston, we have a problem, but you still have to be positive. So it's adrenaline. But, you know, I think it's good that you have that.
James.
I think the other issue too is, especially if you're party leader, you still have to keep morale high. Win or lose, tomorrow the party still has to go on, and you have to prepare for the next election. And so, as a party leader, you have to keep the morale high, you have to keep the hope high. And as you see in most seasoned elections, the parties, they come out and they'll concede at the very, very end. But up until that point, it's all optimism.
I want to stay there for a second. You raised a point there about the new parties in particular, that even come what may with this vote, they're still here tomorrow. What if they decide not? What if they decide, because they're that new, right?
Yeah.
What if it was for this now and something else emerges in place of, maybe, they end up coming together? We talked about the possibility, especially given Kim and Brack East, what if they're left with a leader who hasn't won a seat? We wait to see what happens in Cayman Brack East, but what if?
Yeah.
So what happens with those? What if there's a joining, so to speak? We've been hearing rumors. Come on, gentlemen. I know you've been hearing the rumors like I have, that there's been these discussions. Do you think there's any merit to that?
I personally think that in order for that to happen, where you see the new parties sort of fall apart post-election, it would most likely have to be because the leaders of those parties did not get elected and the party struggled. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the other thing that would have to happen is that there isn't really a coalition government. I don't know for sure, but I'm quite confident that there's going to have to be some sort of coalition. So I suspect that the probabilities are that the parties will last on beyond this election. And party politics is too efficient to go back to independence. And we just did the experiment and it didn't work. And so I don't really see a realistic scenario where the parties fall apart post-election, win or lose.
Chris, are you of the same thinking?
Yeah, I definitely believe that the parties, just for the sake of parity in the country, it's vital that hopefully they would continue to win or lose, they would continue to fight into the next election cycle. The CIMP may be in a very precarious situation coming up. We'll see, but it would be very interesting to see what they do. We saw Pierre, I forget his name there.
Oh, Poilievre
Yeah.
in Canada.
There we go,
Yes,
Poilievre.
yes. Well, I followed the Canadian elections, that and Trinidad's elections, both on the same night. I had both laptops there. But yeah, so
he was the
your point
leader,
is Pierre Poilievre is the leader of the Conservatives.
and he did
didn't
not
win
get
a seat.
elected. So,
He did not win a seat.
But he did say he's going to maintain his leadership of the party.
I would
which is
like to see how he does that. So I was talking to a good friend of mine who, like me, were both West Indian raised, but we were born in Canada, right? So we have these connections. And then he's very politically minded. And so we were talking about what could happen there in that case. And he was saying that what will likely happen is somebody who won their seat, he could convince them to run a by-election, and he can run in place of that person and then get, if it's a sure seat, right, for the Conservatives. Anyways, I just thought that was interesting as something that can happen there. That's, if you want to look at it this way, politics that is in a country where they have this long hand at playing it. So we're
Making
not quite
yourself
there
a
yet.
Sacrificial lamb.
That you're asking and that's what I said. I said, would somebody actually do that? But you would be asking your party mate who won their seat if he would in effect become a sacrificial lamb, and they run a by-election, and then perhaps, because how else are you going to remain the leader of the party?
That is
if you
rigging
haven't
the
won your
system
seat?
to work for you.
I don't know. I just thought
support
that was
at all.
interesting. But yeah, so to bring it back to Cayman now, we may have a situation where a party leader does not win the seat.
It'd be very interesting what they do with the party after that, and if they do decide to nominate a new leader, if that is the case. Obviously we're speaking very early, but
yes, we wait for the numbers to see how they
This is a conversation that everyone is having.
Absolutely, and again, with Cayman Brack East being the smallest district out of the 19, we expect that count to be wrapped up maybe first, but definitely one of the early ones. Mr. Mario, thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't seen the constitutions of the TCCP or the CINP, so I'm not sure how it's structured. But remember, I think if either of those parties lose, or both of them lose, don't form the government. Remember when the PPM was formed in around about 2003-ish, 2004, and they went into the election in 2005. The Progressives won in 2005, and then 2009 they lost again.
To the UDP.
And they went back into the backbench, right? But they stayed together. So the same thing can happen to the CINP and the TCCP. If you lose the election, you regroup, you recruit new members, and you figure out what went wrong, and then you fight the next time. So I think the CINP may have a problem depending on how their constitution is structured if the leader does not win his seat in Cayman East. But I'm hoping that he will. But if he doesn't, hopefully life goes on and they can resurrect the group. So, I thought, one second, I thought that if the CINP and the TCCP had joined to start with and made one party, they'd been unbeatable. But they opened the door for the Progressives by egos. Both want to be premier. That's what caused that.
Mr. Mario, I think you've said what some have whispered in the halls, and you've said it publicly. I do think, though, that we have to see how the night unfolds and see what happens in Cayman Brac East, and hopefully we get those numbers. James?
No, I was going to say that that's definitely the sentiment is that had TCCP and CINP had come together, taking their strongest candidates from each one, that they probably would have won convincingly, or at least had a better chance than they have as two separate parties. So although I think the party system and these parties are going to survive beyond the election, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility that depending on what happens, you potentially see a merging of TCCP and CINP at some point in the future and combining resources and all those things, because philosophically, it doesn't seem to me like there's much of a divide between the two.
All right. We're going to take a quick break now, but before we do, one of our reporters caught up with the former leader of the People's Progressive Movement, that is Roy McTaggart, who is running for the seat in Georgetown East. So we'll hear from him.
I'm here with Roy McTaggart from the PPM, who's just completed his voting at the Georgetown North polling station at Georgetown Primary School. How did it go today, Mr. McTaggart?
Dead easy, and certainly no large crowds here in the polling in line. Morning, young man. So it was very easy and very quick to get it done.
Super. And no complications with the four questions on the poll this time?
No, I had rehearsed my answers long before. I knew what I was going to be doing.
Superb. And what are your thoughts on today? How do you think it's going to pan out? What are your thoughts and hopes?
I am extremely hopeful and feeling very confident that the Progressives could and will receive an ultimate majority of the candidates will be successful and will be able to form government.
Okay. And have you heard any reports from anybody who's been having any problems today voting in any of the constituencies?
Not at all.
And we're still early.
I don't really expect to see much at all either. I mean, it's Cayman would always do the right thing.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizour. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille. New DRL design headlights. New tail lamp design. Auto LED headlamps. Infotainment display. Two-tone seats. Rear seat AC vent. Elegance. Toyota's legendary reliability.
Call 946 Toys.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these three priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers. It's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance, let's thrive together.
Your news, your Cayman, Compass TV.
Cayman Votes 2025. You're watching Compass Media's election coverage, your source for the decisions shaping our future. Presented by CUC, Cayman Finance, and Logic.
Good evening, Cayman. It is currently 9 o'clock. Welcome back to Cayman Votes 2025. So we are currently still awaiting some numbers. We have not yet received an update. However, I wanted to throw it to Tammy Silliman to see maybe, Tammy, is this something that's normal? Are we expected to have received numbers right now? How are you feeling?
Anxious. I'm waiting to see what these numbers look like. I think we all are. I feel like this is later than 2021. We definitely saw some numbers coming in at this stage. And we're at the 9 o'clock hour, as you pointed out, Mina, and the polls closed 3 hours ago. So wondering what the holdup is. And we were talking about that in the break, gentlemen. And Chris, you're suspecting it's a referendum question.
The referendum questions, yeah. I mean, if you're reading it out from whichever candidate gets an X, and then you're reading the question for the port, yes or no, and then you're reading the question for marijuana, yes or no, and then you're reading the question for the lottery system, yes or no. That's going to add another 15, 20 seconds to each ballot. You compound that with 800 ballots. That's a lot of minutes.
I mean, the election supervisor, Wesley Howell, he was confident we would have this wrapped up around the midnight hour. I'm not so sure now that we've hit 9 o'clock. There's 3 more hours. Maybe it can be done. James, what do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe as part of our election maturity, maybe we need to start going digital now and relying on technology to help us speed these things along. As we were talking in the break, we've got other jurisdictions with much bigger electorates than us that are doing it much faster. So yeah, I think it's probably time to embrace technology.
I mean, Mr. Murray, you've been watching this for a long time. What are your thoughts? This is pretty late, huh?
It is late. This time last election, 4 years from now, I had my opponent on the ropes. He was biting his fingernails off, and he was very nervous. So it's very late, and because the results were rolling in, and it was like a box and a half counted. So
you remember that from 9 o'clock in 2021?
Yes, and my committee and supporters were at my home, and they were watching the TVs and stuff. And yeah, so by now you had a lot of momentum going. But let's blame it on 3 unnecessary referendum questions.
Right.
Because that's what's causing the delay. And the people want the democracy is at work here. So democracy is not the fastest process, but I think it's the best. So we'll have to wait, and we're here with you until the daylight is necessary.
I appreciate it. Oh my goodness, I hope it doesn't come to that. I did that in my younger years. I don't know if I have this. Well, look, if we have to, we have to. That's what it amounts to.
Yes.
But as we wait for those numbers to come in, and we were talking about these parties that we have, right? We have the PPM that's been around for 2 decades. We have these new ones here. I wanted to also point out, and I'm not sure if you had heard, but I had done these interviews with each of the leaders. And in the interview with Mr. Dan Scott, I did ask him about party structure, right? And who his deputy leader is. And he did tell me that after the vote, there would be an election of sorts to determine who then becomes the new leader. Now, he didn't say this in relation to him not winning his seat. This was a direct response to a question I asked about deputy leader and the structure of the party. But I thought that was interesting, that after the vote, there was going to be an election, an internal election, so to speak, to decide who leads the party, because that's how they felt that's what should be done. Your thoughts on that? I don't know if you had heard that before, if this is the first time you're hearing it, but I thought that it struck me.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who also hope Dan is successful in his bid, I know enough about him to know that he will have considered what happens if he doesn't. And you know, he's somebody who's quite strategic in the way that he plans. So I have a lot of confidence that they've already run through scenarios about, what would happen if he does or doesn't win. And so I don't think that it's something that's going to come as a shock to them and they have to scramble to figure out what to do. I think they've probably already got a plan in place that these scenarios happen. This is sort of the natural progression of the next steps.
All right, we are going now to Command Center where Andrel Harris is, and he has an update for us. Hopefully, we can hear some news as to what's happening with the count. Andrel, what's the latest?
Yeah, thank you, Tammy. The update is very simple. We're still waiting with bated breath. The elections officials are still behind the scenes working quietly and assiduously to try and get the results out as quickly as possible. But one of the things I think that we might have overlooked is the fact that although it is an election and presumably each ballot is only being counted for one vote, that being for the candidates, there are 3 other votes that must be tallied with each ballot. And so in essence, we're looking at anywhere between, or certainly up to 4 times as long. Let's hope that's not the case. So we're still waiting. The elections officials they've closed the polls or brought on a new section on their website where they're going to be putting out the results so we can track it district by district, constituency by constituency for both candidates as well as for the election questions.
Appreciate that, Andrel. Yes, we were talking here in studio that was very likely the cause of why it feels like this is taking so long, that the referendum questions. But Mr. Howell had said that there were extra hands on deck to deal with the referendum questions, and that's why he was still hoping for a midnight finish. And is there any idea as to when we may see those numbers come in? Have they sent an update to you there in the media briefing room?
Well, not as of yet. The last that we received was that they were still working through the last set of postal ballots. And so we're due for a check-in with him right around the top of the hour in the coming minutes. At that point, we expect to find out where they've gone through with postal ballots. They should have cleared them by now, and they should be doing all of the ballots that were casted today. And so we should begin to start seeing results populating their websites in short order.
Okay. Any other updates you have there for us, Andrel, at this stage? Or we'll one of these and we'll see you in a few minutes after you've spoken to Mr. Howell.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll come back to Andrel later. He'll probably have more for us when he speaks to Mr. Howell. So there we go. It looks like it's a referendum that's causing the delay, as it were.
I think the referendum is probably impacting this election quite a bit, both in the time it's taken to count, and as I said, my thought was that there was going to be a higher turnout than there actually was, and I think some of it is, the confusion sort of disenfranchised some people. I think some of the questions, in particular things like the port, I think a lot of people were turned off by the ambiguity of that question. And then of course, with all the 3 parties and some small constituencies, you got 6, 7, 8 candidates all running at the same time. There's a lot to digest this election coming around, and so maybe it turned off some people.
It would appear that might be the case.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they did a kind of time and motion study on the counting process and some kind of stress testing of the process, because the other day Mr. Howell was on the radio with one of the talk shows, and I was trying to call in to ask the same question: how are you going to do the count? Because as a former candidate, what they do is they get the ballot and then they show it. The count shows it to all of the counters, right? So if they do that just for the candidate, that's fine. But if they got to just announce the candidate and then announce the 3 votes, whether it's no vote or yes or no or 0, you have to show it. That takes time. So I thought they were going to do the candidates and let the counters see that, and then the other part could be given to a separate group to do that separately. But I'm not sure how it's done, but it's taking a lot of time. And like I said, I hope it was stress tested, but I'm not sure.
Well, we're going to take some time at this point to go to a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's
Good night, everyone. For those who are just joining us, we are coming to you live from the Cayman Islands, courtesy of the Compass TV. Is Election 2025, election night in the Cayman Islands. And of course, the Mek Wi Talk program is bringing you live coverage of election 2025 in the Cayman Islands. Stand by, we're going to rejoin our live feed courtesy of the Cayman Islands Compass TV. Live coverage is coming to us there from the Cayman Islands Compass TV's election 2025. And, you know, we're going to go around the Caribbean, wherever the election is. The Mek Wi Talk program will bring it to you live. We're standing by for Jamaica's election 2025 also. When will the Prime Minister call the Jamaica's election? We don't know, but we're bringing you live coverage of the Cayman Islands election 2025. It's Cayman election 2025. It's Cayman, it is election watch 2025 for the Cayman Islands. They went out on their vote today. And of course, we are here bringing you live coverage of the Cayman Islands election 2025. As soon as they're ready for us, we go back live to what is going on over there in the Cayman Islands. We have a bit of news coming into us that the Jamaican Minister of Justice put out a statement about the political ombudsman. Tomorrow we'll dig deep in that for you, and also what opposition spokesperson and justice had said, Ms. Donna Scott Motley, pertaining to Jamaica's political ombudsman. So we're standing by. We go back over to election 2025 in Cayman Islands.
We were just taking a look at some of the numbers there, voter turnout in some of the districts. And we are now going to turn our attention to West Bay North, where Simon Boxall, our reporter, is standing by. Simon?
Thank you very much, Tammy. Well, I'm here with Mr. Ralston Anglin, as you said, standing for West Bay North. With Ralston, I see your supporters are gathering already across the road from the Turtle Center.
Yeah.
Seems to be kind of a lot of hope in the air for you. How are you feeling?
Feel good. Feel like I ran a positive, issues-based campaign, stayed on point, did the work on the ground, produced what I still believe is the best manifesto, Simon. But my manifesto, quite frankly, not to sound boasting, but up against any of the parties. I think a lot of the parties' manifestos were, quite frankly, wishy-washy and lacking. And so I felt like when I launched the manifesto in February, it immediately grabbed the attention of not just in West Bay North, but voters, because they looked on and said, yes, this is hope. And that's what we ran. I can't feel it.
So you mentioned your manifesto versus the party system as well. I mean, is there any issue with the fact that you are running as an independent? I mean, are you open to working with people? I mean, how does that work?
Well, I think the country, most people that you look at in the country or ask will say no one believes any party is going to get a control. And so that means it's going to be a coalition government. And so given my background, I was a founding member of UDP. I lived.
You're a Minister for Education.
And I was Minister for Education.
Yeah.
So, I went through 12 years.
Okay.
I understand the organization, organs of a properly run party, which we were for about 10 and a half years.
Experience has been one of the things, sorry to interrupt, but yeah, experience has been one of the things that's been kind of a talking point.
For me, for sure. And for me in particular, down here where I'm running against three young candidates, other candidates. And so to me, it's all about coming to the table, seeing who the country puts forward and being a part of a coalition, but just not being a part, but ensuring that the coalition agreement is put in place so that the public knows what to expect. But more importantly, the public sector the civil service knows this. The last 4 years has been a disaster because it started out with no coalition agreement, no governing agreement. And how can you expect to run a country?
So, I mean, do you sort of do your electors sort of feel like if you do get in, that they would expect you to step into a ministerial role, or or do you feel, I mean, you've been out of politics for a while now, I mean, what do you feel like?
Sure, I mean, but the capacity to run a ministry and implement policy hasn't, I haven't lost that touch.
Okay.
So I'm ready to go to work. And so people have voted for me on the basis of experience, hope, and they expect that the expectation in West Bay North, I can tell you, certainly from my supporters, is that I'm going to form a part of it on the front bench and as a minister.
Well, I probably should send it back to Tammy, our general in the studio. I don't know, Tammy, if you have any questions for Mr. Anglin, or whether we've had them turn down the speakers here. They're cranking out music. We've had them put a stop to the music to this interview. Is there anything you want to ask?
Well, it's good there to hear from Mr. Anglin. I'll just ask one very quick question because we're hearing that numbers are coming in. But Mr. Anglin, we heard from Mr. Chris Saunders earlier about who he would want to work with should he be successful. And he mentioned that there was one party of choice. Wondering where you stand on that.
I believe whoever the country puts the majority in their hands, I'm going to be willing to work with. I never keep into this looking on and trying to parse this out and say, I prefer party X versus party Y versus party Z. I'm willing to work with whoever the people put in offices.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate it. Simon, we'll check back with you later on as the night goes on. And we have some numbers that we're going to turn to. Gentlemen here in the studio with me. I understand Newlands is reporting some numbers. So Newlands is reporting, we're looking there at 16% of the vote counted. It looks like it's about 216 votes. So let's see what's happening right now. We have the incumbent is in the lead with 118 votes. He has 54% of that vote share. That is of those that have been counted so far. With Al Sakou there, 27%, 60 votes. And again, that's of the vote share, 38 for Mr. Raul Gonzalez. All right, so we finally have some numbers coming in. Yes.
All right. Wait, gate is over.
Yes.
All right, and so your thoughts on those preliminary numbers? Is that what you would expect at this stage? It's a bit early, but.
Do we know if it's postal ballots or this is the combination?
Well, it sounds like they were doing the postal ballots first. But even so, a vote is a vote. Are those numbers we expect?
I mean, it's still early, 16%. But in terms of the sequence of who got the majority, who's second, who's third, I think that was what was sort of expected.
Okay. Chris?
Yeah, I think the numbers will close up at the end. I mean, the last time that Alva ran against Mr. Panton, it was extremely close. But it's not much of a surprise. I mean, he is the incumbent and he was the former premier. So I think it's pretty difficult to remove a incumbent leader. Well, I guess former leader.
Well, question mark. But those two men have squared off against each other before, right? If we put it in your boxing terms, Mr. Mario, Al Sakou has beat Wayne Panton before, and similarly, Wayne Panton has beat Al Sakou. So here we are. It's the best 2 of 3. But to your point, Chris, you're saying that given what Wayne Panton has done while he's been an MP, being a premier and whatnot.
It's not overly surprising. Now, I mean, obviously the TCCP got a lot of backlash, and a lot of people that have running against the specific candidates have run on the narrative that they are the quitters. And that has made waves and inlets into some people's homes, and some people were not happy with the fact that they thought that they quit on the country. So we may see that, we'll see what happens.
Let's see what happens as the numbers roll on in. But you know what? We're not going to quit on you. We're here all night long. We are going to take a quick break. So do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Recently, CUC also invited us to be part of a discussion about renewable energy and how to move forward with that in a way that protects our local forests. So finding a balance there so that we can work together to protect our forests.
If you're just joining us, the Mek Wi Talk program is coming to you live from the Cayman Islands. It is Cayman Islands Election 2025. And we're bringing you live coverage courtesy of the Cayman Islands Compass TV. It's live coverage of Cayman Islands Election 2025. You have independent candidates who are running the Cayman Islands election, and there's 2 or 3 political parties in the Cayman Islands. So we're standing by to join. Who will win the next election here in the Cayman Islands? Who will become the Premier of the Cayman Islands? And who will become the Minister of Finance for the Cayman Islands? Of course, you know that Cayman is a part of the British Overseas Territory. At one point, Jamaica was in charge of the Cayman Islands. But when Jamaica decided to go independent, Cayman decided no, they will still stay with the British Overseas Territory. So we're standing by now to join Tommy Sutherland from Cayman Islands Compass TV as we bring you live coverage of the election 2025. It's election night in the Cayman Islands. And of course, Jamaica supposed to have the election this year. It is constitutionally due this year. So hopefully we're going to hear from Prime Minister Holness about the election, when the election will be called. We don't know. We're standing by to hear from him with that one. But what over here now, we are bringing you live coverage of the Cayman Islands election 2025. Mr. Joe Hugh, he's the leader of the People's Progressive Movement in the Cayman Islands. We don't know if he will go back in as, leader of the party. And if he does, will he become the next premier of the Cayman Islands? We don't know. Of course, Joe Hugh is of Jamaican parentage. I think, yeah, he is. His father, I think, is from the Cayman Islands, and his mother from Cayman. If I'm wrong, I'm pretty much sure someone will correct me on that one. But we're bringing you live coverage. It's live coverage of the 2025 election in the Cayman Islands. Live coverage of 25 election. We go back over to the Cayman Islands for live coverage of election 2025 with Tommy Solomon.
To expect, but we do have some, I think, feedback really from one of the candidates in Cayman Brac East, Mr. James Christian. Let's hear what he had to say.
Quite a political battle, hasn't it? Because it's the smallest constituency in the Cayman Islands, but you had 5 candidates this year. So that must have meant it was quite. Was it very challenging for you, do you think?
It was a bit challenging, yes. Knowing that I felt confident from my meeting with the Chamber of Commerce, I did extremely well with the Chamber of Commerce meeting, and that gave me a boost of confidence to know that I can advance and go further. And they knowing that I'm up against some strong competitors only gave me the more motivation to do more, to strive more, and to let the people know exactly what they have acquired all these years and haven't received. But with the right leadership in this for this island, we can make a change, and I hope that they realize that they can make a change by selecting me as a representative for them.
And so that was one of the candidates in Cayman Brac East, an independent who is, squaring off against 2 of the heavy hitters we were talking about, Juliana Connolly and Mr. Dan Scott. A penny for your thoughts. What did you think about what you had to say?
I think that looking at the Newlands results we saw so far, it's interesting that both Mr. Al Suku and Mr. Wayne Panton, both of them were at one point in the PPM. Al Suku is in the PPM now, but Wayne Panton was also in the PPM before.
And Al was in the PPM before too.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Both of them were in.
Yes, yeah. And now he's back. Yeah,
that's right. He was in and he left, and then he's back in. I think the last election he made a cameo appearance on their platform, but I'm not sure if he actually was inducted. But he's back in now as a fully inducted and vested member. But it's interesting, to see that kind of movement. But what the gentleman just said from Cayman Brac East about his plans and whatnot. The thing that I have, and you're good at it, Tommy, you're very good at it, but a lot of the media houses in Cayman, I noticed that they don't ask the candidates like to put out all these things that they want to do, right? They're going to address this, address that. But nobody asks them, well, how are you going to do it? Tell me how you're going to do it and how you're going to pay for it. Those questions are not asked, except for Thomas Ullman, who asked those hard questions. So it's important to drill down to make sure those guys are thinking and not throwing out all these schemes that they haven't thought through. I'm a kind of a policy wonk. I go very deep into these things, but I think that hopefully there's some more maturity in the media to ask those tough questions.
Looking back at 2021 and that same race in Newlands between Mr. Wayne Panton and Al Sakou, I think though Mr. Wayne Panton did get
a bit
more of a margin.
Yeah, compared to the 2017. Oh no, yeah, 20 was it 2017?
Was it 20?
No,
that one I could when
he lost his seat in 2017.
He lost his seat in 2017.
Yeah, so 2017 was a much closer race, right?
I think that's the one that he lost to Mr. Sakou then.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I think too, the reality is, Wayne is the incumbent and he's done very well in that district in other elections. And as the third candidate, Rahul, does well, my guess is it probably eats a little bit more of Alva's votes than maybe perhaps Wayne. That's just a guess of mine. I don't have any data to back that on, but my guess is, when you're having some of these constituencies that have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people running, it's usually the incumbent that's getting less of his vote eaten up. And I suspect that that's probably what's happening as well.
All right. I think that we do have some more numbers coming in. Hopefully we'll get to those soon. Now that it's starting to pick up at the districts. The one that we're looking for, though, Cayman-Brac East and Cayman-Brac West, Little Cayman, because they're the smallest. Those numbers I don't think have come in yet, but I'm hearing word on the ground that Georgetown North is reporting some numbers, so we'll get those exact numbers for you shortly. But let's look at another area. What about West Bay Central? What do we think is going to happen there with the incumbent, Kathy Banks Wilkes, and she's being challenged by Jewel Hides?
West Bay Central is very interesting. This is going to be a close race, I think. The edge that Kathy Banks Wilkes will have is that she's with a party, a structure, and you know what they stand for, who they're aligned with. With Ms. Jewel Hyde, you're not sure who she's with, whether she's a proxy for another party or whether she's going to engage in some kind of horse trading with the independence group, whether she is going to fall behind Mr. McKeever as the premier and she's part of that. We don't know. So I think that's where people have said to me, they don't know what
They're not sure how that's going to
they don't know where she stands, but
okay,
we'll see.
we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it looks like numbers are starting to come in, so we'll get to those. Stay with us.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these 3 priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance, Let's thrive together.
Escape to Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and discover a world of tranquility. Just a short flight away from Grand Cayman. Discover the island's pristine coral reefs, explore the unspoiled beaches, or simply relax in our pool and hot tub. Escape to paradise today. Book your stay at Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and experience the ultimate island getaway.
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching Cayman Vote 2025. We are going to head on over to Command Center where the elections office is at the Government Admin Building. Our senior reporter, Andrel Harris, is standing by with some numbers, the latest to give us. Andrel.
Thanks, Tammy. So we know that the initial results have trickled in for the Newlands constituency, and alongside those results are also the initial results for the Port referendum, rather the general referendum questions. And there you have it on the screen. We're seeing whether or not the Cayman Islands should build a cruise berthing referendum. Leading the way, we have 162 votes saying no, 43 in favor. Whether or not a national lottery should be introduced, 108 votes in favor, 92 against, and whether or not they support the decriminalization of the consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis. Leading the way, there is 133 votes in favor of it. Of course, these are just the first round of results from the first set of ballots from the Newlands constituency. So what the ultimate result will be, only time will tell when the rest of the results come in.
Thank you, Andrel, for that update. We do appreciate it. And I do understand now that we have some other numbers that we'll go to. Andrel, we'll come back to you. We're going to check now on some numbers that were coming from the District of Georgetown North. 29% of the electorate, or rather the ballots cast, have been counted in Georgetown North, 259 votes. So we'll take a look at what that means in terms of the candidates. 72% of those ballots cast were for Mr. Joseph Hugh. So he has so far 189 votes. Romelio Welcome has 70 of those votes so far counted. And now we're going to go to West Bay Central. And we can see there that 11% of the vote has been counted. Let's see what that translates to in terms of the candidates themselves. And Kathy Ebanks-Wilkes, the incumbent, she is in the lead at the moment with 80 votes, as opposed to Jewel Hydes with 30 votes so far. So the numbers are starting to come in, gentlemen. Some interesting tidbits for us to discuss here. Your thoughts as it pertains to this race in West Bay Central. Is this what we would have expected?
Well, for me, yes. I thought Kathy was going to take the seat. I think eventually, I think the gap is going to close significantly. I mean, those numbers are quite small. But for me personally, I did pick Kathy to lock up Georgetown. I mean,
West Bay Central. We have one more set of numbers now. Again, gentlemen, get ready. The numbers are coming in. West Bay South with 17% of the vote counted there. Taking a look now at the candidates, we have Mr. Andre Ebanks with 69% of the vote, 163, 70 votes for Sterling Ebanks. Again, that percentage you see there are the based on the votes that have been counted. All right. No surprises, I think. No real big surprise yet, but it's early. It's early.
That's the theme, is that there's no surprises right now. It is going to script.
What about the referendum questions, though? I mean, early o'clock, and that was based on the Newlands numbers, the ballots that have been counted there. What did you think? So it was No for the so far
An
for the cruise
overwhelming
bird
no.
thing. Overwhelming no so far.
Yeah.
But are you surprised though?
No, absolutely
that
not.
district?
I thought that the cruise port would be an overwhelming no.
And then yes on the other two. Mr. Ebanks, you didn't wait.
It's early days. It's
It's
very
early days.
And, you know, I think once you get the national balancing of the vote and the referendum, it'll certainly be more instructive. But yeah, I was surprised that that both the cannabis and the lottery question in Newlands, you know, has the kind of numbers so far.
An
but it's
edge.
An edge, yeah, but a very slim edge. So it's a long night to go, and we'll see what happens.
It hasn't decided yet, but I've been of the personal opinion for a while now since they announced the referendum on the port that this was a big strategic mistake by the pro-port people and by the politicians that are advocating for the port. I said it then and I still say it now. It's a huge strategic mistake.
Miscalculation?
Huge strategic mistake on their part. And my personal position on the port, I'm in the middle. I would like to see a port. I just don't want to see a port that destroys the harbor. And so neither side kind of likes my position on the issue. But I think the truth is this was a strategic mistake. And we'll see if those numbers hold. They may not. But I still am of the view it's a mistake on their part.
And it's interesting, the no voter, that the people have decided to not vote on those questions.
Does that include spoiled ballots or no? Or is that just like a no
blank?
X?
Yeah,
Blank,
no, I don't think that's a spoil ballot. That's a choose not to answer the question.
Yeah.
So neither yes nor no, but it counts as a no.
Yeah.
It won't help the pro. But again, we can see the numbers there, and Andrel had given us the idea of what was happening, but narrow margins, huh? We think that could possibly change as the night unfolds, so we have to wait and see. And then there's also the question regarding small amounts of cannabis, the consumption and possession thereof. A little larger there, 61% so far that's been counted have said yes, but that's only 1% of the entire electorate.
Yeah.
So that's really, really early days there.
Well, I mean, I do expect that to ultimately get passed. I mean, we've seen the island progress. I mean, we've seen people from the likes of Denny Warren Jr. getting medicinal THC oil passed. And I think it's just a natural progression of things.
Mr. Burns Connolly was also a proponent of it as well before he, unfortunately, may he rest in peace, but he's not, unfortunately, he's not with us. That's what I wanted to say. But I remember him too, back in the day, being an advocate for the medicinal use of cannabis. But I know, Mr. Ebanks, you're concerned about the gateway that it could open.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, we have to choose what route we want to take as a country. Are we going to be a shining city on a hill? Or are we going to go along with every little fad that comes along because the other countries do it, we should do it too. And I think we've got to focus on our foundation, on our pillars, and on our constitution, which is our Bible as a country, right? It's not a question about Christianity versus non-Christianity or liberal versus conservative. It is what's best for the country. We are small little islands in the Caribbean surrounded by a huge, deep Bartlett trough of an ocean, and we can't do everything. And so why can't we enforce the laws? If the laws are there to be enforced, but we can, in regard to cannabis, we can change the penal code. We can amend the laws to achieve the same thing that they're trying to achieve with this referendum, but do it in a targeted fashion, rather than opening up the floodgates to create other problems. And we know that there's other problems. Look, you can go to the beach in some places on a Sunday, and before you leave there, if you can stand it, you leave there high. And your children as well are more than high because you're doing it now. But the police don't want to enforce the laws, right? And I think we need to, get back to basic, our society. And it's not just recreational, we're breaking our social fabric, and that's the cause of this problem.
Ms. Ebanks, 1 second there. We do have an update, I believe, on the referendum questions, if it is that we have updated numbers there. And it continues to be a solid no for cruise berthing in Cayman Islands. And we'll wait to see if there's any other update in regards to the questions. National Lottery there is a yes still, but again, that margin is still narrow. And there we have the decriminalization of consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis. We're going to take a quick break now, gentlemen. We will be right back, and it looks like more numbers are coming in, so we'll be reporting on those. Stay with us.
It's election 2025 in the Cayman Islands, and the Mek Wi Talk program is bringing to you live coverage of election 2025 in the Cayman Islands. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. We're bringing you live coverage of election 2025 from the Cayman Islands, courtesy of the Cayman Islands Compass TV. You can see where Cayman. It's on the ballot, on the ballot wherein they're asking if they should legalize lotto sale in the Cayman Islands and legalize a small amount of cannabis, that's marijuana, and Caymanians are voting on that too. Will Jamaica has on their ballot a referendum? We don't know. Will that happen? We're in, based on what we're going forward for constitutional reform. Will it be on our ballot come whenever the election is called? We don't know. I want to say good evening to all of those who are watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. I presume that we may have some of the people within the African continent who are watching us all the way from Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Good night or good morning to you at what time it is over there. But we're bringing to you live coverage of the election in the Cayman Islands, election 2025. And we're standing by to join Tommy Solomon of Cayman Islands Compass TV that is bringing us the live coverage there. The votes are trickling in. I used to live in the Cayman Islands many, many years. I still consider Cayman as my second home, apart, because the Cayman Islands is a home, is a place that I love, and I consider it as my second home. I used to live there for a long period of time, and it's a very small island, as what Mr. Elio Solomon just said. It's a small island in the Caribbean Sea. It's a dot on the map in the Caribbean Sea, and Cayman used to be a dependent on Jamaica at one point, and when Jamaica decided to go independent, Cayman says no, they rather stay with the British crown, and they did. But Cayman has developed over the years. At one point, Cayman used to depend on Jamaica for a lot of things: water, thatch, those thatch houses, yes. And Caymanians, fishermen, used to come into Jamaica for that. Let's go back to Cayman Islands Compass TV for live coverage of election 2025.
Back to Cayman Votes 2025. We are here at the Compass studio. We have our pundits with us, but we're going straight to the numbers first to get the updated figures. So we are here in Newlands where 16% of the vote has been counted. And we can see there that Mr. Wayne Panton retains his lead. He has 118 votes, 60 votes there. And this is now looking at Georgetown North, where 29% of the vote has been counted. And we're going to the candidates. And again, Mr. Hugh retains his lead there, headed over to West Bay Central. And the incumbent there, Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes, retains her lead. There's been 11% of the vote counted there. And we just saw there that, as I said, Catherine Ebanks-Wilkes retains her lead so far. Again, early days, 11% of the vote counted. And headed back to West Bay South, where 17% of the vote has been counted. And looking at the candidates, Mr. Ebanks, again, in the lead with 163 votes and 70 for Sterling Ebanks. We're going over to Red Bay, which we haven't seen yet for the night. So let's see what's happening in Red Bay. 28% of the vote there has been counted. All right, these are encouraging numbers. So in terms of the numbers being counted, looking now, and it seems that Mr. Roy Tatum is in the lead so far with 105 votes. He is followed by Don Thomas with 79 votes, and then if I'm reading correctly, 73 votes there for Natasha Whitelock, followed by Philip E. Banks and Leon Gould. So where we headed to next, I believe we have some more numbers. Georgetown East at 71% there of the ballots cast, 23% has been counted, and in the lead so far is Roy McTaggart with 119, but he close on his heels. We have Bud Johnson with 91 votes, then Emily DeCoux with 48, and Oscar Borden right behind with 12. So those are the numbers that we have at this moment. Okay, there we go. All right, there's some narrow margins. That one in particular, Georgetown East, Mr. Bud Johnson is close on the heels of Mr. McTaggart. What do we think is going to happen?
I expected that actually, that would be a tight race between Mr. Roy McTaggart and Mr. Wassel Bud Johnson. So I'm not surprised. The others, I expected them to have that same kind of margin as well, but I think that there's a two-person race there in that constituency.
And what about the other votes? So you don't think that the vote splitting is going to impact how that happened, how that plays out?
I think, maybe it's going to continue to be a two-horse race between Mr. McTaggart and Mr. Johnson.
Right.
And the others, I don't think that they will hurt that, or they will affect that trend too much. That's my view.
Okay. All right. Chris?
I think Mr. McTaggart has been a very strong candidate in Georgetown East for his time in there. I do not see him losing that seat whatsoever.
Even though that
I think it's going to be close, but I do think that that he will maintain that seat.
What about the early results for Red Bay, James?
Yeah, I think Red Bay, the story there is what I was alluding to earlier, where you expect the incumbent to start with a base, and the other party members and independents are sort of feeding off of the residual votes, and so it's playing out exactly the way that I thought. Is that when I say the incumbent member, at least the PPM seat is there, and I thought that they would probably be taking that with TCCP and CINP sort of fighting it out for the second spot, and that's kind of how it's shaking out.
Okay, we're going to head over to West Bay, where Simon is standing by. Simon.
Thank you.
Over to you, Simon.
Okay, I'm here with Miss Julie Hunter in her yard. Her supporters in the background, they're watching Compass TV, following the counts. And Miss Julie, how are you feeling? It's probably been quite a hard slog the last few months, but
it has. First and foremost, I just want to say a big, huge thank you to all of my supporters. The outpouring of love and support that I have gotten over these past few months has been phenomenal. So I just want to take this time to say a big shout out to them right now. I also want to say that although it's been a difficult 4 or 5 months, it's also been rewarding. You've been able to see that there is much, much more work to be done in our community, and that has invigorated me. So I'm happy about that. I'm also happy that the campaign is over. Yes, I'm tired, so I'm looking forward to a bit of a break from that. But today has been on a high. At first, the numbers weren't coming out to vote, so that got us a little anxious, but afterward it speeded up, so that was good. And now we're just about that democratic process, waiting to see what those results are. I mean, we're optimistic, but of course we have to wait for the process.
Tammy, do you want to ask any questions, or shall I go with a follow-up?
Well, no, what I did find interesting, and thank you for joining us, Ms. Hunter, was that the West Bay West constituents did take a while to get out to the polls. So it's something that you physically noticed yourself.
Yes. I was a bit taken back by that, because everywhere I've gone, everyone has said to me that they wanted change. So I'm thinking, what is this slow vote coming out to vote all about? But it speeded up in the afternoon, so I'm very grateful for that. Wish it had been a little bit over. We were wanting to get at least 70%, but we didn't quite make that. But we're thankful for those that came out.
All right.
Absolutely. So tell me a little bit about, so you gathered here tonight, you're watching the results come in. I don't think you've given the numbers yet for...
West Bay West what happened? They started an hour and a half late in the count. So they started really late for some reason. I don't know. I haven't heard but they started like 7:30.
Okay. Do you have somebody in there watching the count?
Oh, yes, I have a lot of people in there. There's a lot at stake here. We're about to make history.
Right. There you go. Oh,
I have
Tammy,
a
they're
question.
clapping
I
in
have
the
a question.
background.
So Simon, I have a question, Miss Hunter. So you said that they started late. They no inkling as to why it took an hour and a half to start the count.
I think I'm getting set back up for some reason. I don't know exactly, but I was told that they had a while setting back up. I think they were waiting for some additional staffing or something. But yeah, I was told that that was the reason that they were taking a little while to get set up.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully now that we're seeing some
Interesting.
numbers starting to come in, we can soon see what's happening there in your district of West Bay West. We haven't received numbers there yet, but hopefully we'll get those soon.
In the meantime, we're having a lot of fun. As you can see, I have my watch party going on. They're all excited.
See,
We have popcorn.
All right. Well,
Let's say fish tea.
we appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us, Ms. Hunter. Simon, again, thank you for the work you're doing out there in West Bay.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we are going to take a look now at the overall map of the Cayman Islands, where it shows just how the count is going. So far, 7% of the overall count is there. So we know that 7% of the 18,836 voters or votes that have been cast have been counted. And we're going to go now to the latest with the referendum questions, because that's been updated with some of those district results that have been coming in. And with 7% counted, we can see that still a no for cruise berthing. And we're just going to roll on through those questions. For national lottery, 51% say yes. And then the next question, 60% there for a yes. So it's still a no, yes, yes is what we're looking at. We're going to hear now from the leader of the People's Progressive Movement, Joey Hugh. Our crews caught up with him earlier.
I'm here with Mr. Joseph Hugh, leader of the PPM, at the end of a long day of polling and voting across the Cayman Islands. Tell me how the day went for you. What were your feelings and thoughts as the day went on?
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a long 8 weeks of campaigning, and a big night we had last night at our final rally. So today was a lot of anticipation and coordinating, and our teams have been dispersed across the island, working hard in each constituency. And feeling very positive at this point. We're very much in the race, and hoping that we get that clear majority.
All right, and there was the leader of the People's Progressive Movement with Norma Connolly, one of our senior reporters here at Compass Media. Going now to Command Center, where Andrel Harris is standing by with the election supervisor, Wesley Howell. Over to you, Andrel.
Thank you, Tammy. Mr. Howell, I think the burning question on everyone's mind is what's taking so long? We thought we would have been done by now.
No, definitely not. I did not think I'd be home before midnight. I think we said we would finish around midnight. Possibility we could still do that. It's always normal that when we start counting the first couple of ballots, take longer to build the rhythm up, explain the process to everybody in the room to get comfortable with it. Once that happens, then we can move a little faster. But then people get tired too, so we just got to balance it. But our returning officers and deputy returning officers will go as fast as the room will allow them to go. But the way we count by law is that we select a ballot from the box, we call it out, we then show it to the room, and then we drop it in the box, an empty box, and then pick up another ballot. So it's a very manual process, but very transparent. So everybody in the room has great confidence that what's been called out can be seen by them as to how the ballot is marked, which is one of the reasons why if you put your name on the ballot, you're going to spoil it, because we don't want to show anybody your name. So, but other than that, we're going through. I think it's also important while I'm talking about spoilage to explain the count for spoil. So some people might be a bit concerned that it's a high number of spoilage. What we're doing is accounting for every ballot at every count. So if you choose not to vote for a particular referendum question, then that shows up as a spoil for that particular question. So that's why you're seeing sort of higher numbers, because some people just didn't vote for that, and that would mean that it's neither yes nor no, but it's a no, it's a spoiled vote. Yeah.
Now, unlike the last election where it was just a matter of finding the numbers in the various constituencies, this time we have an active referendum underway. Are your team fully equipped? Is your team fully equipped to be able to process this within the deadline?
Well, there's no deadline. We need to get it right. So
Yes, yeah. My apologies. Within a reasonable hour.
Yeah, the country is anxious for the results. So absolutely. And they have been training on this joined up ballot. When we started training back in December, the referendum bill wasn't passed yet. So we were actually training with two versions of it, two separate papers, a joined up paper. And as that law got passed in the last sitting of Parliament, we then shifted gears quickly into training for this, training on the count multiple times. So yeah, I'm confident that the folks know and are able to go through this. We actually had a briefing with the candidates and agents on March 30th, I think it was. So just a month out. And we took them through what the tally sheets look like so we could familiarize them with this counting process to try and help make it easier for them to understand the process tonight. But yeah, for me, it's straightforward. It's just a little bit more effort to count 4 things as opposed to counting just one thing. When I was counting as a deputy returning officer, I worked in West Bay, so we had persons could vote for up to 4 candidates. So we may have 26 candidates on a list. In Georgetown, they could vote for up to 6 or 7, depending on the year. And so you were calling multiple names. You know, it's a process. It's not rocket science.
No worries. Thank you. And there you have it, Tammy, a brief update here at the election headquarters. I'm going to send it back over to you.
Angela, if I could ask Mr. Howell a quick question.
Tammy has a question. Go for it, Tammy.
You can hear me, Mr. Howell? All good? All right. So if you were a betting man, what time do you think we'll be done by if it goes past the stroke of midnight?
So the question is, if you were a betting man, what hour would you bet on if it was to go past the stroke of midnight?
So my family knows me really well, because when I bet, it's not a bet, because I know for sure, and I don't know for sure, so I'm not even going to attempt to bet. But we're still hoping for around midnight. But you know, it's going to take the time it takes to ensure that everybody in that room that we're counting in is convinced that is an accurate count and they're satisfied with the results. So yeah.
There you have it.
All right. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mr. Howell and Andrel. And we're going to take a quick break at this juncture. Stay with us. We'll be back with more numbers. The count is coming in. This is Cayman Votes 2025.
There you have it. Cayman Islands Vote 2025. You can see results coming in from all over the Cayman Islands, and they have the referendum votes coming in also. We're listening, watching from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. It's election 2025 in the small island of the Cayman Islands. 90 miles, I think it's 90 miles west of Jamaica. An hour away from Miami. The Cayman Islands people are voting tonight. And it's election 2025. We're standing by to join the Cayman Islands Compass. Courtesy of the Cayman Islands Compass, they're bringing us the live coverage of election 2025. Election night in the Cayman Islands. When will we say? When will the Mek Wi Talk program is able to say it's election night in Jamaica? Election 2025. When will we be able to say that? We don't know. We're still waiting on the Prime Minister of Jamaica to call the election. Will he retain leadership of the Jamaica Labour Party and still leader of the island of Jamaica? Or will Mark Jefferson Golden become the next Prime Minister of Jamaica when the election is called in Jamaica? We don't know. But we're standing by now to join election 2025 coverage over there in the Cayman Islands. And the Mek Wi Talk program is bringing you live coverage of election 2025 over there in the Cayman Islands. As soon as they're ready for us, we will go back to the Cayman Islands. But we should take a short break here on the Mek Wi Talk program. Let me find something here to play and to just take a short break.
Corruption is rampant at the highest levels of this government. You will remember during my budget presentation when they tried to prevent me from saying some critical things about governance, even shutting down the sitting of Parliament. Well, I went on the street and I said what I had to say, and I will say it here again. The failure to disclose the identity of the so-called illicit 6 MPs who are under investigation by the Integrity Commission for illicit enrichment remains a festering sore, only made worse by the Prime Minister's gag order on cabinet ministers speaking publicly on these matters. But wait, comrades, I have to rewrite that part because it is no longer 6. It has gone.
Welcome back to Cayman Votes 2025. I'm Zosha McGregor, and we're going to hear from Tammy Suleiman right now.
All right, thank you, Zosha. We have been looking at the numbers as they start to roll in. We are now on the 10 o'clock hour. The election supervisor, Wesley Howell, seems confident, somewhat confident. Midnight, maybe a little bit thereafter, so let's see if that holds true. We have some updated numbers to go to. Cayman Brac East is starting to come in where 56% of the vote has been counted. So let's see what that means. Okay, so Juliana O'Connor-Connolly is in the lead so far with 148 votes. Behind her is Mr. Dan Scott with 79. And then single digits for Ruth Ann Bodden, James Christian, and Maxine McCoy Moore. Interesting numbers there. I'm just waiting to see if we have any more. We do in Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, where 58% of the vote has been counted. And we have Nicholas DeCosta with 163 and Lonnie Tibbetts behind with 116. So we can see where that may head as more votes are counted. In Bordentown West, 17% counted there. And so far, Chris Saunders is in the lead with 109 votes. So just under 20% counted so far. Where else are we headed to? Let's go to West Bay, not Central. Let's see. Just pull it up. Go ahead. 39% of the vote counted there. And moving along to the candidates, we see that Kathy Banks-Wilkes retains her lead with 259 votes so far. And that is it for the moment. So we'll continue to watch. I know you must be very interested in seeing what's happening in West Bay West, Mr. Mario.
I am. But I'm also intrigued with the Cayman Brac East one as well. I think the margin is quite healthy for the incumbent. But of course, it depends on the demographics and the box that's counted next. But yeah, and then the lead is being maintained by Ms. Kathy Banks-Wilkes in West Bay Central. Again, no surprise there. But yeah, the West Bay West one would be of particular interest to me.
I'm sure. What about Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman? That one is interesting because I think many people did think that's how it was going to go with Nicholas DeCosta in the lead. But then, we saw that Mr. Lonnie Tibbetts aligned himself with, well, he did align himself somewhat with Miss Juliana O'Connor-Connolly. They were campaigning together in the last few weeks there. At some point, there was a red shirt and a picture floating around, but that doesn't seem to have helped him so far. Again, early days, but more than half the vote has been counted in Cayman Brac West, Little Cayman. Your thoughts in regards to what's happening in that race, James?
Yeah, I think most people thought the money was on Nicholas to take it, but Lonnie does have good backing, and I think you hit the nail on the head. I think most people know that, members of the PPM were really pushing support behind Lonnie. So I'm not actually surprised to see that he's doing well. And that is sort of reflected in the 58-41%. So I think it's actually going the way, most of us thought it would actually go.
Okay, we're going to see now where the referendum is standing right now. We have updated numbers coming on that. We'll bring it up once those are ready. There we are. Okay, so still holding at a no is the cruise berthing infrastructure, 12% of the national vote counted there. And for a national lottery, 52% with a yes. And there you have it, 56% for a yes. So still holding with no, yes, yes. So no for cruise berthing, yes for the cannabis, and yes for national vote. Let's go to Prospect. Apparently numbers are coming in there now too. 30% of the vote has been counted. And woo!
Wow, there we go. Yeah.
Okay.
That's as predicted.
Huh?
Neck and neck.
I said it was going to be it's going to be between the two of those, close. I wouldn't be surprised if either Sabrina or Michael won.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Chris and I were talking prior to the show, and we said,
and you're all talking about Prospect. Okay.
No, we mentioned it on there.
It was going to.
Oh yes.
We did mention it on there.
But we were talking about 2021 though, and the closeness of that. But even
I did mention for this election, I thought it was. I would not be surprised if either one of those won. I thought that Michael had a good showing last time, and now that he had party backing and was out and had more resources to go out to the public, I really do think he has a good chance.
let's pull up those numbers again. I'm just sitting on that for a little minute. I just want to take a back to Prospect with the candidates.
Yeah.
Okay.
111.
So 30% of the vote counted. Michael and Sabrina there with 111, and Crystal's not far behind with 91.
Still close. Still
like that.
still,
That's what I wanted to just look at those margins.
Still close. Absolutely.
Very much so. Very much so.
Yeah.
And there's still 70% of the vote to be counted. That can go, gentlemen. That can go any which way.
So far, that's the race of the night.
Yeah.
Yes.
That can go any which way.
Yes. And there are three parties as well. So that again, that tells you that the party apparatus is probably instructive in terms of how close these races are.
Oh, definitely.
Huh?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at most of the other races, most of the incumbents are doing exactly what we thought most of the incumbents would do. So, so far, at least, it's early days, but so far, change isn't the word that I would use to describe the electorate's view, because most of the incumbents are winning, with the exception now of Prospect. I think across the board, that's almost tied.
Wow. All right. So so that one was a bit of a stunner for where we are right now. And as in updated numbers come up, we will be bringing them. So Prospect, I know we that's one sitting with us for a second. Any other little surprises, or everything else is rolling as we thought it would?
I am a little surprised that Dan is as far back as he is right now with more than half the vote. I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that.
We can pull up the Cayman Brac East numbers if those are handy on the candidates, just to look at that a second. Yeah, and then we noted that the candidates themselves were in single digits, the independent candidates rather.
Yeah.
Were in single digits for those
I mean,
voters. Yeah.
There is a reason why Miss O'Connor Connolly has been elected for the past 30 years.
She's a grassroots politician as well, and she's a lawyer, and she's been education minister. She's been a caretaker premier twice, because remember they had the first time that we had this reshuffle. She was a caretaker. Now she's a caretaker premier again. So she has that experience. And I say, as I said earlier, I don't think that Mr. Dan Scott was as assertive as he could have been with his messaging around things like spending and the grandiose scheme of the school in Cayman Brac High School and the debt and stuff like that. He wasn't really as assertive as he should have been, but you shall see what the balance of the count
will look
generates.
like. Yeah. And now we're going to go to the referendum again, where we've had more counted in terms of the ballots cast, and again, no still in the lead with 64%.
I mean, I can just tell you from doing interviews on my show, and actually, just from feedback and such, it was an overwhelming no from my community.
And 58% of the people are still saying yes at this point to, that was national lottery, I think we were just looking at.
But I
think that one's going to be close.
Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No. I just said I think that one's going to be close.
The number,
it looks so.
The number of people who didn't vote on the Cruz birthday thing, 199. That's also pretty
remarkable.
Yeah,
it is remarkable. Yeah. And there's the lottery numbers there. So yeah, it's interesting. So people picked and choose. They definitely did a pick and choose as to which questions they would answer.
I'm going to guess that those who didn't vote at all on the port referendum question probably protested in the fact that they didn't know what they were voting for.
Right.
Yeah, that's possible. Yes.
Yeah, well, okay, well, those numbers are still holding in regards to what we've seen, where it's a no for the port, but a yes for both a national lottery and the decriminalization of ganja, and there's 15% of the vote there. So the numbers are definitely rolling in, and as the updated numbers come up, we'll just bring up those numbers, and gentlemen, we'll just divert our attention to the screens so we can get the latest numbers as they come.
Fine.
All right. So I don't know if there's really any surprise or where the referendum is going, particularly where cruise berthing is considered. We were hearing a lot of no on the ground, as you said, Chris.
Yeah.
And to your point, James, where you think it was a miscalculation on the government of the day's part for even bringing this referendum.
Yeah. I've got friends on both sides of the issue, and you know, we've talked about it quite a bit. My personal view is that this issue, if we're going to put it to a referendum, you need to know what you're voting on. I think the pro-port people also need to try to come more to the middle and find a compromise solution. We've done a lot of work on this. We've spent millions of dollars on this. You could have taken that Baird report, looked at maybe doing one pair instead of two pair, or some middle ground solution that you could have provided data on, that you could have provided specifics on. But just the blanket referendum was always going to be set up to be a big strategic mistake, in my view.
As it pertains to the port, it's been in the discussions for 20 years, if not more. But you know, it's not going to take long. Let's break. We'll be right back.
Time come for a new deal for our teachers, our police officers, our nurses, our firemen, our correctional officers who serve the public and deserve to be treated with respect. Land and housing are fundamental development priorities. In celebration of our first female Prime Minister, we will bring forth the Portia Initiative, the program for orderly renewal and transformation of infrastructure in all areas, the Portia Initiative. This program will drive policies that Sister P stood for, improving infrastructure in old housing schemes, tearing down zinc fences in communities and replacing them with proper concrete walls, completing the infrastructure and land titling for existing land tenure regularization schemes, they call it Operation Pride, and rolling out new ones to bring hope and decent living conditions in areas of social neglect. Our beloved Sister P will smile as the next PNP government improves sidewalks for persons with disabilities, provides housing assistance to needy citizens, and beautifies communities where our people live. The Portia Initiative is a must, and time come for that. Corruption is rampant at the highest levels of this government. You will remember during my budget presentation when they tried to prevent me from saying some critical things about governance, even shutting down the sitting of Parliament. Well, I went on the street and I said what I had to say, and I will say it here again. The failure to disclose the identity of the so-called illicit six.
Welcome back to Cayman Votes 2025. I'm Zosha McGregor. This is where we do the latest in your live election coverage. Now, we have been going through some of the numbers so far with just 14% of the votes counted. Right now, we're seeing here that's 73%. Over in Newlands, we have 77% of the voters That's right there in Newlands. And if we move along to the next district, we'll see here that we have, just waiting for them to put up the next graphic for me. And we're going to bring up Georgetown North now. There we have 64% of the voters for Georgetown North. And we have West Bay Central next coming up. Let's take a look at that. Here we go. All right, with 39% of the vote counted, we have about 75% of the voters. Let's head over to West Bay South. There we have 73% of voters in West Bay South. Let's head over to Red Bay, where we can see 74%. And over into Georgetown East, 71% of voters. Let's head over to Cayman-Brac. Specifically, Cayman-Brac East, here we have 82%. And Cayman-Brac West and Little Cayman are sitting at 78% as well. Bordentown West, we have 74%, my apologies. And now we have West Bay Central coming up. And over in West Bay Central, we have 75%. The next district we'll see is Prospect. And over in Prospect, it's at 72%. So here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As promised, we're keeping you live updates. And let's get over back to Tammy Sullivan.
Thank you, Zosha. So yes, we were looking there. Zosha was calling out the numbers as it pertains to the voter turnout in those districts. And then we were also seeing that we have numbers coming in terms of the counts, which are ranging anywhere from 14% all the way up to 58%, as in the case of the Sister Islands. Yet there's still some districts that aren't returning any numbers just yet, and it's 10:15. So
hopefully we see a big bump from some of them.
Hopefully that is the hope. So, gentlemen, as we continue this discussion, and I think that the Prospect constituency, the results that are coming out of that, just goes to show, to your points, because I was thinking about it, what the power of the party structure could have in a situation like this, where now, the might of the party behind these candidates are helping them get more voters, because people are voting for not just an individual, but for a party that they would like to see have the reins of power.
Well, for Prospect also, though, Michael Miles was also, in his own right, very active in the community with his, human capital development stuff and training and community work. And then Sabrina Turner was a minister, but she was also active in her community with a kind of, electoral office or constituency office that was quite active. So the parties certainly helped to define their kind of vision, but both of them are also active in the community. Miss Crystal Gomez is new, and the party, of course, is helping her as a newcomer. So she has some coattails. I mean, she has her father.
I was just about to say, it's not just the party she has. I mean, she has some serious lineage there. Her father was election supervisor for 30 years, if not more, right?
Exactly.
Mr. Kearney Gomez.
That's right. And she has an uncle who was a previous minister, Charles Clifford.
Who incidentally is supporting the TCCP, Mr. Charles Clifford.
Yes. He is in Bordentown West.
Yes, and specifically, you're right, specifically in that district. And her grandmother taught a lot of Cayman,
Correct.
right? So
she taught me.
There you go, right?
Yes.
So a lot of the time, especially in Caribbean communities, those family lines and who you're for.
It means something.
It counts, and it translates into votes. It can, at the very least.
Yes.
So, that's something that we'll continue to look at. Would you say that there's any correlation between, and this is because it's a referendum, right? Like how this was brought into play, there's some confusion around it. Do you think it also affects how people might vote for candidates? For example, those, so you think so? You think it might affect, especially those who were in.
So I'm not going to say that this is my opinion, but I've had conversations where people have said they did not like the way the referendum questions were brought forward. Essentially, to them, it looked like a kind of a deal was done to say that we'll support the referendum and then we get your support in turn. That is the conversation that I've heard.
We now have numbers coming in from West Bay North. 28% of the vote has been counted in that district. And in the lead so far is Mr. Rolston Anglin. He has 44% of the share of those votes counted, and he is followed by Mr. Jordan Rivers with 81 votes so far. Shakina Bush right behind, and Jermaine Ebanks Hurlston. They're just behind Ms. Shakina Bush. So are we surprised by how that's unfolding at the moment? And again, only just a little more than a quarter of the votes have been counted so far in West Bay North.
I don't think so.
I saw this as a really, I mean, they're all four good people.
Yeah.
But the two top voters, vote getters so far, I saw it as a two-person race with Mr. Ralston and Mr. Jordan. And you know, the margin is not large, so it's only 28% of the votes counted. So I think it's certainly a lot of room for improvement. So I'm not surprised by it.
All right. We have updated referendum numbers as well. I suspect it's still holding where we said it, or so rather, that a no for the port. This is now 16% of the national vote counted. So that's support there. And the National Lottery is still holding at a yes. And over to cannabis, the decriminalization, 58% with a yes. So that still continues to hold that trend. All right. Mr. Ebanks, are you surprised by that? Because I know that's not what you wanted. That's not the vote that you personally wanted, but it looks like that's the way Cayman is voting.
Right. It's not just me. A lot of people that I communicate with that I thought were more conservative and were thinking along those lines, and not so much in terms of religion, but in terms of the building blocks for a community and the social fabric, and being more of a country with the Christian heritage, but also the kind of family and conservative outlook. But at the same time, as I said, the book Good to Great, preserving the core, but stimulating progress. And maybe that's the balance that we're striking here. But if I could go back to the question of, you asked earlier about whether the referendum questions might be impacting how people vote for the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
The only party of the three parties that have actually were supportive of all the referendum questions, and particularly the deputy premier, the candidate for Georgetown Central, Mr. Kenneth Bryan, he was actually pushing for all of them as yes, the port, the cannabis, and the lottery. But the other two parties were kind of riding the fence on everything. I think people perceive the TCCP to be kind of anti-port because of environmental reasons. So maybe there might be a connection or a correlation there, but I don't think would be a correlation between the referendum question and the actual candidate, because it was very loosey-goosey in terms of their relationship with those three subjects.
I would also say too that I don't see it reflected in the numbers that, the referendum questions is necessarily hurting the PPM. I think my original guess about how this was going to shake out was ultimately that the most likely probability would be that the PPM would probably get the most votes of the three parties, and there were already 3 to 4 independents that were automatically going to be aligned to PPM. So I think that they already had quite the advantage, and I don't think the numbers reflect any sort of backlash against them because they put the referendum out there. These referendum questions are going exactly the way I thought that they would go. I mean, it's still early days, but I don't get the sense that it's caused the backlash for the PPM. And I agree with Mario. I think the PPM was really the only party that owned the referendum questions.
I mean, I wonder if there was another way we could have gone about this as opposed to doing it as a referendum. It is a temperature check, and wondering, is there another mechanism, another tool, maybe something that we could have
well, there's no better way than getting a vote from the people and themselves, right?
Okay,
I mean,
but through this manner, piggybacked on a national vote.
I guess remember now, there was a little bit of backlash as well from the public when they were going to do the referendum by itself. And they said that it was going to be a waste of money to do that and then have an election right after. So then the government, I think, changed their mind and said we would join the two. I mean, I guess we're just having a little bit of teeth and pains now because we're having to wait so long, and we're a little bit upset by that. But I think ultimately tomorrow morning we'll be fine with the wait.
Well, there you go. Ms. Banks.
I think, I mean, the fact is that if you have a referendum, you have to also have a system to educate the voters on the choices that you have. Voting yes, why you should vote yes, give them the facts. Why you should vote no, give them the facts. Data, evidence, and facts matter. And in the absence of that, people are going to vote by emotion, or they're going to go in and vote blindly, or not going to vote at all. So I think to your question about whether it could have been done different, I think there should have been some proper structured education of the public. I know you tried and others, but the government should have put some funded people, whoever wanted to be pro or against, give them some funding to do a proper education system and have fact-checking by independent authorities like yourself and the media to properly flesh out these issues so people go to the polls informed and not go into the polls petrified because they don't know what they're voting for.
The problem with that, as I see it at least, is that would have required a level of political bravery, and you would also have to basically stand on those issues, throwing out these referendum questions all together, all at the same time, one of them completely generic. There's not much of a political cost to pay, as you can see reflected in the numbers. And so there was very little political bravery required to do it. And so I think they looked at it and went, well, let's see what happens, throw it out there, and hopefully we get a yes. But even if it's a no, we're probably not going to pay a high political cost for it. And I think the numbers reflected that.
To go off Mr. Ebanks's a point there, I think definitely Section 70, I believe it is, of the Constitution that governs the referendum is quite limited in what it actually means. Outside of the standard rules, there's no actual prescription to how you actually go about executing it. So I think maybe the next government would like to maybe have a look and flesh that out a bit more, so that for the next time around,
more constitution reform.
I mean, it's an important
it's a big
one.
undertaking.
It's an important one, though.
Okay, indeed it is. And the last time it was updated was 2009. Gentlemen, we're going to see what Zosha has in store for us. Zosha.
Yes, Tommy, thank you so much. If you've been here with us, thank you for joining us, and stay tuned because we will be here with you until the very last vote is counted. And listen, if you need more updates, check out our live blog, which is available on our website, cayman-compass.com. And for all live updates as it relates to your elections, this is Cayman Votes 2025. Stick around.
Recently, CUC also invited us to be part of a discussion about renewable energy and how to move forward with that in a way that protects our local forests. So
investment in human development must be the key. It must be the key. And when it comes to education, the People's National Party's conviction remains the same. Education, education, education is at the top of our priority list. We are committed to building an education system that is inclusive, equitable, and excellent. Bold steps and real investment are needed to ensure that every child from the earliest years through to tertiary education has the opportunity to succeed. We have the plan and we are ready. Today, I reaffirm our party's commitment to excellence in education. Our approach to early childhood development will provide performance-based incentives for early childhood facilities to give them additional resources to improve standards. At the primary and secondary levels, we will implement a comprehensive program that is targeted and provides targeted support to each aspect of the curriculum. Expanding access to tertiary education is also a critical part of the mix. I have long advocated for the removal of guarantors for student loans, a policy that this government has eventually adopted, and it was a significant step forward. And we are in full support of that, because we put the interests of Jamaican people first. But as the party of ideas and implementation, we must take this further. We believe education must not be a burden of debt, but a bridge to a better future. We will make student loans more borrower-friendly. Graduates will only begin to repay their student loans once they are employed, and their monthly payments will be capped at an affordable percentage of their monthly income. Teachers are the backbone of the education system, and we must show that we truly value our teachers, and we must do whatever is necessary to persuade them to stay in our education system. A student loan forgiveness program will be provided to our teachers based on their years of service in the system. And what we have in mind is that 1 year of payments on their student loan will be forgiven for every year that they remain employed in the public education system.
And we are grateful. Thank you very much. All right, gentlemen. So those are the numbers there from West Bay South. Georgetown South.
Yeah.
Georgetown South.
I'm not surprised about the order. I do expect Alric to close that gap a bit more later on, because he did perform quite well when he
did
in 2021. So, but I'm not surprised that Mr. Ruddy is in the lead, though.
Yeah,
he had a great campaign.
Mr. Evans?
I agree with Chris. But normally when you have that kind of spread from the start, it continues. But I think that Alric will close it a bit. And Festa on the PPM will probably continue to struggle as a number 3. But yeah.
Looking at the latest numbers there for the referendum, still a strong no, with 18% of the national vote counted. And the National Lottery still holding at a yes, just hovering above 50%. And 84, am I reading that right? 84%. That seems to be something happened there.
74% counted, so it switched around.
Yeah,
It's like,
so no, something must have happened with that question there. But we'll come back to referendum question number 3.
sounds good to me.
That was Mario's box that they opened.
That suddenly did a switcheroo on that. Oh my goodness. Coming back to what we were just looking there at Georgetown South, James, any thoughts in relation to the results that are coming out so far?
No, I thought the sequence of the order kind of reflected the strength of each one of their campaigns, if I'm being honest. I actually expected Alric to do well, but I think Mr. Ruddy had a very strong campaign, and unless things turn around in Cayman-Brac, you might be looking at the CINP leader very soon.
There were some whispers about that. We're going to head over to West Bay, where Simon, wow, he is really working that West Bay ground tonight. You are there with, I believe, Miss Kathy Ebanks-Wilkes. Simon, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Tammy. I'm here with, as you said, Miss Kathy Ebanks-Wilkes. How's it been going? It's been like a long slog to get to this point, but yeah. How are you feeling?
I feel good. It has been a long day. I must admit, a lot of the work that was done today was done a lot by my agents and my constituency staff. I stayed off premises. I learned from last election, and I decided to do the voting a few days earlier when they had the voting. So it was nice. I didn't have to worry about seeing a whole lot of voters while I went in to vote for myself. But it's been a busy day. The teams here have been reporting back, and I was in the constituency office, so still doing a lot of work, but certainly not as much as the team here on the ground was doing.
And that's a big crowd of people, a lot of your supporters stretching down the road, Miss Kathy. So yeah, so I guess you'll just stay here for a little while, will you? And then will you meet up or something?
Yes, well, one of the things is, as a candidate, if there's an issue and they need to recount, I need to go in and request a recount. So we are not far away in the event that happens. And yeah, we just hear everybody wants to have a tailgate party. So I keep reminding them we haven't won until we won. So we're just here sort of listening to all the different media outlets. And of course, for me, my heart is with TCCP. So I'm just anxious to hear how my colleagues around the island are doing.
Imagine. Tammy, do you want to jump in with a question, or what are you thinking?
No, I just found it was interesting. Hi there, Mrs. Evansville. So good to see you out there. So I heard what you said in terms of just staying away. You learned your lesson from the last election in 2021, which, we did hear some reports today of candidates who may not have thought about that the way in which you did.
But I will say this, Tammy, last election, when I came out to vote, I came out first thing in the morning. And I held my head down. I didn't make eye contact with anyone. And I just felt like, let me get in, get it done, and get out of here. And there were some people that felt that I wasn't friendly, that, I didn't say good morning. And then I heard other stories where there were people that were, candidates that were just probably being friendly, good morning, thumbs up, how you doing? Voters don't appreciate that. So I thought, you know what? I'm not going to take the chance this time. I'll just come out earlier. It's really been, I'm happy to do it.
I'm amazed you look so wide awake still there. So I don't, Mr. Rumbre did too. I mean, I imagine you're exhausted. So I don't blame you for having your head down and just wanting to kind of get through it, not being rude to anybody, of course.
I think when it comes to experience, so you learn. I mean, this is so I was laughing about it, right? So I did 2017, 2021. So this is my third election. So after 3 times, you kind of get to understand a bit more about what to do and what not to do.
Right. Excellent. Yeah. Well, I hope, I guess you will just wait and see.
We're just going to wait here. We're going to wait. And
numbers.
like I said, you haven't won until you won one box. You could be up, next box you'd be down. So we just wait and see what the people of West Bay Central want in terms of representation.
Thank you very much for taking the time to
thank you.
Go on our live broadcast.
Thank you. Good night, Tammy. Good night, Cayman.
Have a good night out there. Thank you very much, Simon. We'll check in with you later, okay? All right. Well, there you go. Very interesting what you had to say there in regards to, as a candidate, the conduct at the polling station. Mr. Mario, interested in your perspective as a former candidate yourself.
Yes, I mean, being a candidate, there's rules against what, the candidate can't go in actively, lobby or canvass people or whatever, influence the vote. But going in and saying hello and being pleasant, that's normal. Last election, I was awakened by my wife, who said that she got a report that my opponent was conducting a singspiration near the voting area. So they had a lot of singing going on. So I said, let them sing. I'm not getting up yet because I need to get a little rest for a long day. And,
oh my goodness.
But so there's a balance, right?
There is a balance. And speaking of balance, we're taking a look now as to what's happening in Newlands, where 33% of the vote has been counted so far. And holding his lead is Mr. Wayne Panton. He has 49% of the vote share there, so 211 votes for him. Behind is 112 votes for Mr. Al Saku, and not too far behind that is Mr. Raul Gonzalez Jr. with 105 votes. So the Newlands votes are coming in, 33% of the vote counted there. And I'm very interested. We haven't seen anything yet from the districts of East End and Northside, and
probably going to come in at 100%.
Yeah. Well, look, you saw the sister islands. It came in at 50. The first time it came in, it was at 50%, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm interested. How does that happen? How does it end up where you get such a large batch like that in one shot? I don't know how they record that data and send it over to the elections office.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're doing it by box or part of a box. I don't know. But that was strange. What was also strange was that 74% figure that came up a while ago in the referendum question. So hopefully we'll get that clarified soon. That showed a dramatic switch in the results of one of the questions. But
well, we're just past 10:30, almost 20 minutes at 11, and we have just under 20%, so 1/5 of the vote that has been counted so far. We'll continue to keep our eyes on what's happening there, and we will be right back. Stay with us.
The next PNP government will also make lands available to the National Housing Trust for qualified contributors so they can build their own homes. From day one, we are going to restore the core mandate of the National Housing Trust, which was the baby of Michael Joshua Manley. We will stop the extraction of capital from the National Housing Trust. It was an emergency measure. It was supposed to only last for 4 years, and it has now continued for over 12 years. And we will return to providing affordable houses for people who need to buy or build a home. We plan a comprehensive review of all laws relating to housing to find ways to make housing more affordable for all Jamaicans. These initiatives are all about balancing the books and the people's lives, something that Sister P always spoke about and believed in.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
Escape to Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and discover a world of tranquility. Just a short flight away from Grand Cayman. Discover the island's pristine coral reefs, explore the unspoiled beaches, or simply relax in our pool and hot tub. Escape to paradise today. Book your stay at Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and experience the ultimate island getaway.
You are watching Cayman Votes 2025. Again, a big thank you to those of you who have been with us all day. And if you're just joining us, we're grateful for you too. So keep your eyes and ears locked onto what's happening. We are with you for the long haul until the final count is done. So gentlemen, we've been looking at all the numbers, and I believe we have the latest as it pertains to the decriminalization of cannabis. Well, that's the cruise berthing infrastructure. We know that it was sitting there at the no vote, 51% for the yes vote so far, and this is with 20% of the vote there by the electorate that have cast ballots, and still a yes there for the decriminalization of small amounts of cannabis in terms of consumption and possession. All right, so no change in, and at this stage, well, I mean, it's only 20% of the vote counted, but maybe that second question we could see it because that margin is narrow.
Yes.
In the second question as it pertains to the National Lottery, so that one with still so much of the vote to be counted, and we're waiting for some boxes still. I was just looking at that. We don't have numbers yet for East End. We don't have numbers yet for North Side. Georgetown West, still missing. We haven't seen Bordentown East yet either.
I would actually love to see the referendum numbers for Georgetown West and Central around the port to see how they really felt about it, because those are the areas that are most heavily impacted, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Yes, indeed.
That should be available too. You know,
yes, it is available.
You know?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it is available. We'll get that
Giving you some more,
information.
yes.
We'll get that information. But in terms of what we've been seeing so far, and maybe we can just pull up some of the other graphics that we've had and with the results that we already know. But just as we cycle through and look at where we're standing right now, we know that in Prospect, we have that tight race at the moment. We're waiting to see what happens with that once they get through the other boxes. And we're looking at West Bay North right now, where Mr. Ralston Anglin has the lead at the moment, 28% of the vote there. In West Bay Central, we know that the incumbent is holding on to her seat as of 40% of the vote being counted there. And heading now to West Bay South, the incumbent Andrew Ebanks has 163 votes so far. And down to Georgetown North, the incumbent there, Joseph Hugh, he is still holding on to his lead with 189 votes. Central, we don't have any votes coming in just yet. I know this is a race that people are watching as well, and you raised the question about the cruise berth in question in relation to this district to see what would happen.
And Georgetown North, sorry, I can't leave them up because they're right on the border there as well, on the waterfront.
Yeah, and then we saw in Georgetown South that Mr. Gary Rutty of the Cayman Islands National Party, he had a lead there at the moment. And there's Georgetown South, yes, as I mentioned. And then over to Red Bay, we can see that the PPM candidate there, Mr. Roy Tatum, is in the lead with 105, but 28% of the votes there, 30% of the votes counted for Prospects, so just under a third. And that's a really tight race there. Wow.
I was surprised about, continue.
So this one we spoke about with Mr. Panton holding on to his lead so far with exactly a third of the vote counted at this point. And then Bordentown West there, Mr. Chris Saunders, he has his lead in hand with 109 votes and 17% of the vote counted. Gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. All right, stay with us.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizoa. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille. New DRL design headlights. New tail lamp design. Auto LED headlamps. Infotainment display. Two-tone seats. Rear seat AC vent. Elegance. Toyota's legendary reliability. Call 946 Toys.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these three priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
From top stories to trending topics, we're bringing you everything you need to stay informed. I'm Mina Worms. Tune into Daybreak weekdays at 7 a.m. on Compass TV.
Your news, your Cayman, Compass TV.
The election news you need, the coverage you want, all in one place. Streaming on cable and Compass TV with live updates on Cayman Compass. The analysis, the reactions, in real time, only with Compass Media.
You are watching Cayman Votes 2025. We are here, Compass Media, with your elections coverage, making sure that you're getting the most up-to-date information and the reactions as it happens. So we are headed now to Georgetown South, where Philip Richter is standing by, and he's joined by Mr. Gary Rutty of the Cayman Islands National Party. Philip.
Hi, Tammy. Yes, I'm here live at the CIMP party headquarters with candidate Gary Peanut Ruddy. So far, 7 races have been released. Mr. Peanut here, he is leading his race in Georgetown South. Michael Miles, he's neck and neck in Prospect. Town West, hey, the numbers are still coming in. But so before we get back into the results, sir, how are you doing today?
I feel great. You know, God has a plan for us. I just want to thank him for all his blessings. I want to thank my family, but most importantly, I want to thank the people of Georgetown South for the incredible support that they've given me and for the lead that I have, and I'm in it to win it.
Yes. So polls, where the counting is still continuing. How are the party's chances looking so far?
We're looking good. Like I say, it's early for me right now, and it's early for some of my teammates, but we're going to be in this thing. We're going to be forming part of this government. You can bet. And Cayman's going to breathe a sigh of relief come tomorrow or Friday morning.
It's very nice. It's very nice. As you can hear, the crowd is very enthusiastic. The results still are not final, but the optimism is alive. I have to ask, you were up against someone who's ran before multiple times in Georgetown South. What do you think makes your run or your campaign different from the other 2 gentlemen in the race?
I think it was the whole presentation. I think it was the party that I was affiliated with. I've been a part of the community in Cayman for decades. And I went to people's door and knocked their doors. They invited me into their homes, and I was welcome. I've always believed in, touching people and vice versa. And it's just that connection. And I got a lot of respect for Alric. He's a good guy. Fester's a fun guy. But at the end of the day, it's all in God's hands. I just thank God for whatever direction he leads me, that he'll help me, that I'll help lead this Cayman Islands to where we need to be again.
Yes. How is this watch party for you tonight?
This watch party is great. We're just starting. It's big our party.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. It looks like the action is well started there at the CINP headquarters, which is just outside the airport area there. We're going to take a look now at some updated numbers. Gentlemen, Georgetown Central numbers are now in. So with 22% of the vote counted, we take a look at the candidates, and we can see that the incumbent, Kenneth Bryan, he has a significant lead there, almost 70% of the vote share with 175 votes. He is followed by Anthony Ramoon with 20%, and Carmen McField is there with 11%. Again, that is of the vote share. Over in East End, we're getting some East End numbers now. 55% of the vote counted, and that translates to who's in the lead. I'm trying to look at the screen. It all looks like Isaac Rankin with the incumbent with 52% of the vote share there, and he is followed by Giva Richards, who has 71 votes so far. Then John McLean, 61, and 53 there for Delmira Bodden. Roy Del Carter has 10 votes so far. So that is 55% of the votes counted there for East End. And those are the latest numbers that we have there for you. Again, we'll continue to bring you the numbers as they come in. Northside, we're still waiting for. Georgetown West, we're still waiting for, just to see what's happening. Savannah, we haven't seen anything for Savannah yet. No.
West Bay West either.
Nothing for West Bay West either. So there's still a number of districts where we haven't seen any numbers just yet. So we heard from Mr. Gary Rutty there. He's quite jubilant already.
He is. The interesting thing about him as well, and people try to make it a campaign issue, but he lives in East End, right? And he's running in Georgetown, and they thought that was going to be a disadvantage, but the results are not showing that. But he's always been a very much of a people's person, very friendly.
Gregarious, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And can rub shoulders with kings and with peasants, So he's a good guy. And like I said, I thought Alric would have been, as Chris mentioned, closer, but so far there's a healthy margin.
Okay, and we'll just take a look at the referendum numbers, though I suspect they're still holding close to where they are. Maybe perhaps that gambling question might change on us, but here we are. 67% for cruise berthing have said no. I should have said that differently. No, 67% there for cruise birthing, 51% yes for the introduction of a national lottery, and in terms of the decriminalization of cannabis, 56% still holding on with the yes. Again, gentlemen, that no vote, that little yellow box that we have there, I find quite telling. Just people skipping certain questions, not wanting to answer the question at all. You know, it's a poll.
Did we hear
non-binding?
Yeah, we did.
Non-binding. That's a very important point. It's an advisory, non-binding. So.
Yeah.
Did we hear Mr. Howell say that the non-vote was counted as a spoiled vote for that particular question?
It's counted as a no.
Yeah.
I could have swore he said it counted as a spoiled vote when in the interview.
Well, he did say spoiled, but I guess he meant that it was put in the no category.
Okay.
Yeah. So effectively, you have to get 50% saying yes.
Yeah.
For it to count. But again,
yes.
these are non-binding questions. So when we say count for what?
We say they're non-binding because they're legal and non-binding, but politicians are going to take a lot of these things as mandates when they move forward with the next government, is my guess.
Okay, so you made an interesting point that I think it was you, James, that perhaps we were looking at well, I don't know, it's still early, but possible new head of Cayman Islands National Party there with Mr. Rutty. Depends on how the chips fall tonight, huh?
Could be, yeah. I mean, unless something significant turns around in Cayman Brac, he's probably the most senior person behind Dan. I mean, they do have a few others that could probably step in there, but my guess is that it would be him.
It depends on what the Constitution says, because with the Progressives, the chairman of the party right now used to be Anton Duckworth, now is Sir Alden McLaughlin. He happens to be MP and Speaker, well, no longer, but if the Constitution says that the chairman or the leader can be non-elected, then Mr. Dan Scott could remain as the leader, and then the political leader in Parliament could be an elected member, of course. You know, so it depends what the Constitution of the party says, how it's structured. I haven't seen it. Have you?
Have you looked for it?
I haven't. No, I didn't look for it either, but I didn't see it.
I believe it's on their website, but I haven't gone through it in terms of you know what they do in situations like that. And to James's point earlier, with it being a fledgling party, perhaps there's certain things that they haven't fleshed out just yet.
It's too young of a party, and they're too accomplished of business people to not have, you know, factored in these contingencies. So I'm sure that they have it covered.
And I believe too, if you are registering your organization as a party, there's certain things you would have to submit to prove that you're a party. And I would believe some kind of party constitution would work.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, we're going to take another break. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
I am Isaac Buchanan, MP candidate for Portland Eastern.
Why I am here is bringing the heat. H being health is the first and most important thing.
I am at the Port Antonio Hospital doing a tour of the facilities to see how best we can turn what is now a C-type hospital to a A.
Port Antonio Hospital has been a type C forever. It's the only hospital in the parish. Based on the tier policy, you're not able to function because certain specialty would not be included in that tier.
If we're continuing to operate on a tier system, then the conclusion is that type A needs to be here in Portland. I'm trying to get to the place where we're not restricted by policy, which clearly is an indicator of a failing health system.
I'm now meeting with the executive staff, the administrative staff, and the medical doctors, trying to find out exactly what the hospital position is in terms of healthcare, what kind of treatment is available at the facility.
So I just want to understand what the patients currently have to deal with or what they have to go through in order to get the different services.
In the A&E, we have 4 medical officers that are assigned there. We have level 1, level 2s. Those are more junior doctors. So you'd want like an A&E consultant.
I'm specifically interested in the maternity ward. We have had in the past death resulting from birth, whether it be from the mother or the child, and that is something dear to me.
So far this year, we have not had any maternal deaths, and we would like to keep it that way. Being so far away from the Type Bs and the Type A hospitals, we know that we have to stand on to ensure that we have good outcomes.
Maybe. So right now, touring the hospital. Hello. Did go on the maternity ward. I am actually seeing now everything is compact. Did look at the med lab. I am also looking at the pediatric ward, looking at the male surgical ward, as well as the female surgical ward. Looking at the
Welcome back. You are watching Cayman Boats 2025. We're going to go straight to our report in the field, Seaford. I believe he is in Northside right now. So let's go to Northside. Seaford?
Tommy, can you see me?
I can see you. It looks dark. It looks dark, but we can see you.
It is dark. How's that? Is that a little better?
No, you're good. You're good. The light is catching you.
Okay. So I know that the north side numbers have not come in as yet, but the streets right outside of the polling stations are filled, well over 100 people, and every last one of them are here in support of one J.E. Banks. Now that may be an indication to how some of those numbers will look once the numbers do come in, but I can tell you this right now, he has a lot of support in this area. I mean, literally straight down about 300 meters of people fill the streets all for him, and they're waiting for him to come out of the polling stations where he's at right now.
Okay, so he's inside the polling station, the candidate J. Banks, incumbent for Northside. Okay, what is he? Is he one? Is he? Can you, Mr. Murray? Can you be your own observer for the count? Okay, all right. So he's in watching the count. Any indication when Northside thinks they're going to get their numbers, their first batch of numbers over to the elections office? Are you hearing anything about the count itself there at Northside?
I haven't heard anything. They have this place, I mean, sealed up tight. The officers stopped me immediately when my car pulled into the driveway. I didn't even get far enough for them to tell me that I was not allowed to get in. So, you know, they're abiding by the rules, which is great. It's good to see that, you know, they're following all the rules here. But I have no indication. The only indication that I have on any numbers is, again, the people that have showed up outside of the polling station for Mr. J. Banks. His father is one of them as well, and he was very excited, to say the least.
All right. Seaford, thank you for bringing us the latest there from Northside. We'll check in with you in a bit. And we're going to turn our attention now, gentlemen. We have some new numbers coming in from Georgetown West. We haven't seen anything from Georgetown West just yet. So, whoa, 70%.
Wow.
70% of the vote counted there. Well, Mr. Howell might be right after all. These carriages weren't turned into pumpkins. What are we looking at? Perlina McGaw-Lumsden is in the lead at the moment with 309 votes, followed very closely behind by Craig Merrin with 272 votes, and then the two independents in that district with 11 and 10 votes, Tyree Hernandez and Hunter Walton. Okay, so that's looking like the race that we thought it would be between those two candidates. I don't want to speak for anybody here, but this is pretty much how I saw this shaking out. And what's interesting, where Perlina McGaw-Lumsden is concerned, last time around she ran against David White, right? And she didn't do badly.
No,
this time around, she's flanked by the twins. Both David and his brother Chris White have been campaigning with her.
Oh yeah.
So you know she has that support of the incumbent and his brother. We know the White brothers.
Yes.
I saw them every day on my drive home from work, hitting the pavement, going door to door. They were working hard.
Right. But Craig Merrin's doing very well.
I will say my prediction did have Craig winning this race. So I guess we'll see. I'm not surprised that Perlina is in the lead, though. The PPM ground game out in that area is extremely strong.
Georgetown, as a traditional district, has long been a PPM stronghold. I wouldn't say a stronghold, but they've always had Georgetown in some way, shape, or form. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, and the coattails, for example, Kurt Tibbetts, one of the founders of the PPM, has a tremendous footprint in Georgetown, and so that those coattails extended to all of the constituencies. So yeah, they did have a strong backing.
Okay, and now we're headed to Jordan. We're headed to, oh my word, gentlemen. We are going to the CINP headquarters where Philip Richter is with Jordan Rivers, the candidate for West Bay North.
Yes, Tammy, thank you. Here I am continuing the coverage from the CIMP party headquarters. I'm with one of their youngest members, Mr. Jordan Rivers of West Bay North. Jordan, how's the night going for you?
It's going good. It's going as expected, let me tell you. I'm very optimistic. That's only one box and I'm that close. I'm hot on his heels.
Yeah?
Hot on his heels.
This is your first time running. How has the experience been for you?
Well, I can tell you, it may be my first time representing myself, but it's not my first time in this game. And I think I've done very well. I've done exceptionally well as a young front runner in this race. And I'm very optimistic for how the night goes out. But irrespective of the potential outcome, I'm not going anywhere.
So right now you're trailing in second. If you remain second, will Jordan Rivers be active in the West Bay North community for the next 4 years?
Oh yes, I was active before and I'll be active afterwards. The decisions of tonight does not change my Thursday.
With the results coming in, how is the event going for you? How are your feelings across the board?
I'm good. I just wish that people would understand that you can't continue to cannibalize votes. And I will give Mr. Ralston his dues. He is a titan in the industry. He's got 12 years under his belt. It's with myself being the clear front runner for the next generation. I wish the other candidates would have picked up on that, but that does take time. It does take a little bit of political experience. I mean, myself, I've got 17 years under my belt doing this, so I could see the picture a little bit clearer than others. So it is expected. I think I am doing exceptionally well. Obviously, I would like it to be a little bit closer, if not taking the lead, but we're seeing what the cannibalization of votes has gone on, but I'm still optimistic.
Yes. And as the results come in for the whole shebang, all 19 seats, what are your feelings how the CIMP is doing tonight?
Oh, I'm still very optimistic for that. We will be forming the government. That is for sure. I'll guarantee you.
You hear that, Tammy?
I heard that, Philip. I heard that. Jordan Rivers, it's very good to...
You hear that, Tammy? The optimism is still high, but it's not done yet. The feelings haven't subsided. Do you have any questions for Mr. Rivers?
No, what I do appreciate is that, to his point, the numbers are very good for being a first-time candidate. And what I would ask, Mr. Rivers, being one of the younger candidates in this race, out of all 58 candidates, what message do you think that's sending to other young people who may be considering a life in politics?
Yes, get involved in your country. Become actively aware. Participate, vote, and do not lend them power.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, gentlemen, to you both. We continue to watch and see how the numbers unfold, and we will check in with you later on, Philip. Thank you. All right, and we're going to take a quick break right now. We will be back with some more numbers and analysis. Do stay with us.
I am Isaac Buchanan, MP candidate for Portland Eastern. Why I am here is bringing the heat. H being health is the first and most important thing. I am at the Port Antonio Hospital doing a tour of the facilities to see how best we can turn what is now a C-type hospital to a A.
Port Antonio Hospital has been a type C forever. It's the only hospital in the parish. Based on the tier policy, you're not able to function because certain specialty would not be included in that tier.
If we're continuing to operate on a tier system, then the conclusion is that type A needs to be here in Portland. I'm trying to get to the place where we're not restricted by policy which clearly is an indicator of a failing health system.
I'm now meeting with the executive staff, the administrative staff, and the medical doctors, trying to find out exactly what the hospital position is in terms of healthcare, what kind of treatment is available at the facility.
So I just want to understand what the patients currently have to deal with or what they have to go through in order to get the different services.
In the A&E, we have 4 medical officers that are assigned there. We have level 1, level 2s. Those are more junior doctors, so you'd want like an A&E consultant.
I'm specifically interested in the maternity ward. We have had in the past death resulting from birth, whether it be from the mother or the child, and that is something dear to me.
So far this year, we have not had any maternal deaths, and we would like to keep it that way.
Being so far away from the type Bs and the type A hospitals, we know that we have to stand on our own 2 feet in terms of patient care to ensure that we have good outcomes.
Maybe.
So right now, touring the hospital. Hello. Did go on the maternity ward.
I'm actually seeing now everything is compact.
Did look at the med lab. I am also looking at the pediatric ward, looking at the male surgery.
You are watching Cayman Votes 2025. This is our continuing Compass Media's live coverage. Taking a look now at updated numbers where almost 25% of the vote has been counted. We are looking at a no so far for cruise berthing infrastructure in the Cayman Islands. Turning now to the national lottery, whether that it is supported, that it be introduced. 51% say yes, it should be, and over to whether we should decriminalize small amounts of cannabis. And the answer there is still yes. Again, that is just under a quarter of the count for those who have cast ballots. So that's important to take a look at. And I just want to say that I am grateful to everyone who has been supporting us, been with us all day and night. But I just want to do a shout out at this point to say thank you to the teams who have been across the country, for those in-house, for those looking after the digital side of things. I just want to take that moment and say thank you to everyone. We're not done yet though. The count is still underway, but just to say thank you. And we're in it to win it as it pertains to making sure we bring you the coverage that you need. We're going to turn now to Bordentown West, where we have numbers there. 43% of the vote counted. Looks like they're going through boxes. And so far, Chris Saunders continues to hold on to his lead there with 45% of the vote share, followed by Mr. Ozzy Borden with 177 and 137 there for Heyman Rankin. So, gentlemen, they're going by the boxes, it looks like. And what I did also see is that some of them haven't even counted. So they went to other boxes before they reported the numbers for the postal and mobile boxes. You know how you thought, Mr. Mario, that they might do that first?
Normally they've done, in my elections I've been involved in, they always count the postal and mobile votes first. But
and maybe they did, and they just didn't send in those numbers yet.
Sometimes they combine them, but they should say, that they did that.
All right.
Yeah. Could I just say that, we get a new set of MPs in, but there's 5 who have decided to retire. Bernie Bush,
Mhm.
then you have David White,
Moses Kirkconnell,
Sir Alden McLaughlin, Moses Kirkconnell, and Barbara Connolly. And I think I would like to personally give them all a vote of gratitude for their service. And being a politician, especially in the community where you have a mix of being a representative and a parliamentarian, and being almost a social worker and a banker and everything for people is not easy, So when people step out and serve, I think we got to thank them for it. And so I want to just say thank you to those 5 who have retired. And maybe a couple more should have retired as well, but they didn't. And one who retired and came back in, it seems to be coming back in again. But those 5, I want to just say thanks to them.
I'm sure they appreciate that gratitude. We're going to hear now from the leader of the People's Progressive Movement. Our crews caught up with him earlier, and we're going to hear what he had to say.
I'm here with Mr. Joseph Hugh, leader of the PPM, at the end of a long day of polling and voting across the Cayman Islands. Tell me how the day went for you. What were your feelings and thoughts as the day went on?
Yeah, it's been a good day. It's been a long 8 weeks of campaigning, and a big night we had last night at our final rally. So today was a lot of anticipation and coordinating, and our teams have been dispersed across Ireland, working hard in each constituency, and feeling very positive at this point. We're very much in the race, and hoping that we get that clear majority.
Okay. And in the event that you don't get a clear majority, what's the plan then? I'd imagine there's already plans afoot, or some thoughts at least.
That all comes down to if we do not get the clear majority, who the other candidates are that have won the seats. But we're waiting anxiously to see. There's a couple of key seats. We'll see what happens there. Obviously, we have no candidates in West Bay, so we're watching that as well to see who's victorious there. But overall, I think as we ran the numbers all week, and what we're seeing today, we feel fairly confident.
Okay. And is there already conversations going on? Do you already have in mind alliances? You say there's nobody in West Bay from the PPM.
No, I think there's been more people saying they won't work with the PPM, and some saying that they will work with the PPM than what we've been saying. I deliberately said it from the beginning to the very end. I'm only running a team with PPM members. If you're not a member of the team, you're not with me, you're against me. So when the count is all done, we can start talking about who we'll work with. But until then, I am focusing solely on getting my people across the line.
Okay. And what's the plans for the evening then? Are you guys having a watch party?
We'll be here. Each one of us in our constituency offices and in our constituencies are watching the results, and then after the results are done and we're finished hugging our loved ones and all that sort of stuff, we'll all head up to the Cool Road office.
Okay, all right. Will there be people at the polling stations individually waiting to see the counts, or are they going to watch it on TV as it comes through?
Each district is different. I have never gone to the count. I've never gone to the polling stations. I think actually 2013 when we first won, and it was multi-member constituencies then. So we all went down to the last box, which was 6 something in the morning. I remember the sun was rising and there was a rainbow as we were driving up there on Walker's Road. But no, I generally wait here, and I'll have my supporters and my family here with me. And then when it's all done, we'll gather up at the headquarters.
Okay. Well, hopefully we'll join you later this evening, and we'll see how the evening pans out.
Thank you very much.
All right, best of luck.
All right, so there was the PPM leader for People's Progressive Movement, and 57% of the vote has now been counted there in Georgetown North, where he is running. He still holds his lead with 357 votes, 70% there of the vote share. But Ms. Romelia Welcome's not doing too shabby there. She has 30% of the vote share out of those counted so far.
Well, I'll give her a lot of credit. She may have taken on one of the toughest tasks of anybody in the election. So kudos to her. And kudos to Mr. Hugh as well. I mean, it wasn't an easy thing. He lost a lot of strong candidates, and he had to, fill those vacancies in the party. So, but yeah, kudos to Romelia. It wasn't an easy task for her to do what she's done.
Well, and we just heard, as I said, from Mr. Hugh himself, and he mentioned that 2013 election, and I have to say I'm seeing or feeling shades of that election, and it wasn't 6 a.m., sir. It was more like 9 a.m. from what I remember, and it was at the Family Life Center. And that was where they did all the counting and everything was happening there. And I do remember when he and the PPM colleagues that he was running with, they all were outside the Family Life Center at the very end, and they did congregate there. Anyways, I'm hoping that tonight is nothing like 2013, I'll tell you that. But there are some districts we haven't seen yet. Savannah being one of them.
West Bay West.
West Bay West.
Northside.
Northside. So those are the 3 we're still waiting on. We finally saw something from Georgetown West. So it's 3 now. Savannah, West Bay West, and what was the other one?
North
And
side.
North Side.
Yes.
But, West Bay West is the one I think everyone is sitting at the edge of their couch waiting on.
Yeah, that one's going to be the most interesting one that's left. I think North Side's probably going to be a landslide for Jay. That's going to be my guess. But West Bay West is probably going to be close.
Any thoughts on what could happen in Savannah?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, historically, well, not historically, I guess, Heather had a very strong showing last time. Malcolm also had quite a decent number of votes as well. But Donna being a complete newcomer, but I think she's well respected after her time served in media, so people know her well. And I think a lot of people have faith and trust in her. When she announced, I saw nothing but positive things said about Donna in the comments and stuff on social media. So I'm very interested to see how that goes.
All right. Well, we are going to wait to see what happens there. Hopefully, we can get those numbers from those 3 districts that we mentioned in short order. But until then, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Recently, CUC also invited us to be part of a discussion about renewable energy and how to move forward with that in a way that protects our local forests. So finding a balance there so that we can work together to protect our forests and yet find a way to do renewable energy in a sustainable way is important. And we've been honored to be part of the discussion with CUC.
Nothing operates in isolation. Politics isn't just policy. It affects everything, from the cost of living to the choices we have. For more than 2 decades, my aim has been to bring you fact-based reporting so you can make informed opinions and decisions. Because strong communities like ours start with informed people.
Watch Tammy Suleiman on Forefront, Issues, the Analysis, the Facts You Can Trust. Thursdays at 7 p.m. on Compass TV.
Have you heard about Alex's Place? It's HSA's adolescent mental health hub, a comforting, safer space for ages 10 to 20. Receive expert-informed care from a multidisciplinary team of mental health professionals. Visit Alex's Place at the Georgetown Hospital front entrance. Walk-ins and referrals are welcome.
So how have you found today's election process?
I think they've done an outstanding job. I think the folks in the Office of the Election continue to do a great job. So I have full confidence in the process, full confidence in every one of them. So yeah, we've been very pleased, and which is no surprise. They are, we know these folks, and they're a diligent, smart, hardworking group of people, full of honor and integrity. So no issues at all.
And have you been speaking to people who've been voting today at the polling stations on Cayman Brac?
No, I've actually avoided that. My job is to sit quietly and not interfere with this on election day. And so it is really in the hands of the voters now.
And so we just heard from Dan Scott there, the leader of the Cayman Islands National Party, and he's running in the Cayman Brac East constituency. But we have updated numbers for Georgetown North, and we have a winner declared there. Mr. Joseph Hugh, the leader of the People's Progressive Movement, has won with 71% of the vote share there. He is the projected winner. So there we have 96% of the vote counted, but the projection, we can give it there. he has won his seat in Georgetown North. And now we're in West Bay North, some updated numbers there too, with 70% of the vote counted. It looks like Mr. Ralston Anglin is in the lead, 365 votes there for him. And we will know very shortly whether we can say that he has won that district. But again, there's still 30% of the vote to be counted there. We're going to head over to the next district now where we have updated numbers, Bordentown East, which we haven't seen for the night yet. So this is the first time 27% of the vote there. I think that we just have to fix those numbers. But it looked like at the point in time, Mr. Dwayne Seymour had 48% of the vote there. But we'll get those numbers because does that mean that Mr. Borden
would have 50? Would have 50.
So that's what we need to wait and see what's happening there in Bordentown East. And as soon as that we have those numbers, we'll update you shortly. So stay tuned. All right, gentlemen. So those numbers that we've seen, Mr. Hugh winning, Mr. Anglin looking like he's holding a comfortable lead. Your thoughts? James.
Congratulations to Mr. Hugh and being the first winner and, you know, being the leader of his party, solidified now, politically at least. In regards to Ralston, I think it was probably his race to lose given the experience that he has. And I expect that lead to hold and he'll probably end up being the winner before too long here now.
But Mr. Jordan Rivers hasn't done badly at all, being a newcomer to the political field.
He's done very well.
For
Mario?
the first time, he's done very well. But at 50% of the vote that Mr. Ralston Anglin has, I think it's pretty much a fait accompli that he'll take that.
It's looking like it. It's looking like it. I'm sure we'll be able to project him as the winner shortly. Chris?
Definitely 50% of the vote, not to mention it's not a one-on-one race, 50% of a race that has 4 other people is, you can safely say that this looks like it's going to be Mr. Ralston's race to lose.
Yes.
But Jordan shouldn't be dissuaded. He should be encouraged. I mean, Kathy Wilkes has a very large lead tonight, but she lost her first election. So, you know,
Exactly.
Just because you're not successful the first time around doesn't mean that you won't be successful going forward.
And there we're projecting Mr. Ralston Anglin as the winner for West Bay North. So we have 2 seats out of 19 so far that we can say have MPs seated there. Mr. Ralston Anglin for West Bay North and Joey Hugh for Georgetown North. And hopefully we'll get the Bordentown East numbers very shortly. Okay, all right. So we didn't see any surprises there, did we?
Not really. I thought that Jordan Rivers would have been closer to Mr. Ralston, but I'm not surprised that Mr. Ralston is the winner. I just wondered, tell me whether there was any reports from the field in regard to the election observers or the monitors, whether they have been seen out today or tonight.
They would have been wearing those yellow vests. They were told to look out for them. They were there, the international and the local observers. But we are going to take a quick break. We'll talk more about the observers when we return just after this break.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these 3 priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
Escape to Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and discover a world of tranquility. Just a short flight away from Grand Cayman. Discover the island's pristine coral reefs, explore the unspoiled beaches, or simply relax in our pool and hot tub. Escape to paradise today. Book your stay at Paradise Villas, Little Cayman, and experience the ultimate island getaway.
You are watching Cayman Votes 2025. This is Compass Media's live coverage of the general elections, and we've been bringing in the numbers, bringing them to you as they have been coming in. And so we were talking about Bordentown East earlier, and it looks like there's one box that's been counted, the postal and the mobile ballots, and with a very slim lead is Robert Borden with 173 votes so far. Mr. Dwayne Seymour has 165 votes. So that's what's happening there in Bordentown East. We're still waiting on preliminary numbers to come in from both Savannah and Northside. But that's how it's unfolding right now in Bordentown East. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
Very interesting. I mean, I think a lot of people did not expect this to be a close race at all. I think every single pick sheet that I saw had Dwayne Seymour winning by a comfortable margin. To see it so close and for Robert to actually be winning, we did predict that there might be one or two upsets tonight. This would be one of them.
Let's take a look at Bordentown East, because what I'm interested in is just about how much of the vote share that was between the two gentlemen, and with 27% of the vote counted, so just over a quarter, very close, as you said there, Chris, 173 to 165. And I believe we have the first numbers coming in from Northside now as well. So we'll take a look at what's happening in Northside, which I think you all felt very comfortable with, that it was going to go a certain way. 54% of the vote counted there, mostly going to Mr. J. Ebanks. He has almost 3/4 of the vote share in comparison to that of Mr. Justin Ebanks. So there it is for Northside. So just Savannah left to get preliminary numbers, but I do not think we are finishing before the stroke of midnight.
No, we're not.
I think you said, Mr. Ebanks, you'll be looking at a 2 o'clock scene here.
I think so. Especially with the referendum questions and all that, we're going to be here till 2 o'clock. So guys, stay up with us, drink some coffee, and let's roll.
There you go. I couldn't say it any better myself. All right, but okay. So I think we are, even though it's early o'clock there in Bordentown East with 27% of the vote, still surprising that it's that close.
Yeah, it would definitely, at least in my opinion, it would be the upset of the night so far, at least. Everything seems to be going
tracking the way everybody thought it would.
Yeah, most of the incumbents across the board, mostly party people, with a few independents that we thought would get in. But I think if that were to hold,
but it's very narrow. We're talking about what a difference of, again, my math gentleman, 8 votes. 8 vote difference there between the two. I mean, and that is a constituency that's quite large, right? Bordentown East, I think, is the second largest constituency.
There's no way to tell which way that one's going to go, but just the fact that it's so close, I think, is a little surprising.
We have another winner heading over to East End. We are ready to declare that Isaac Rankin is the winner with 52% of the vote share there. So Isaac Rankin is the winner for East End. So we have 3 seats claimed so far. And we're going to be taking a look at what that count looks like as we roll through the night in terms of where those sit in relation to both the parties as well as to the seats in the House. So,
So two independents so
two
far.
independents so far. Two independents so far, one PPM.
And the likely independents that are what I would term as swing independents. So my guess is their phones are going to be ringing a lot tonight from a lot of different parties. And interesting that that the two of them are the ones that are declared first, because those were two of the ones that I thought, depends on which party gets the most people elected, that they'll grab a few of these independents. And I think Ralston and Isaac are somewhat agnostic, maybe a little bit more agnostic than some of the other guys.
Okay,
I'm
Chris?
surprised that the two parties in East End performed so poorly. They did not perform this was not a close race at all. I mean, winning 50% of the vote with a party of five, a group of five is East End has resoundingly sided with Isaac. You can comfortably say that.
Yeah. I mean, do we have any explanation? I mean, Mr. Rankin's been looking after his people, I would assume, is how they feel over the last 4 years.
I think he's also had a heavy focus on culture as well, which appealed to a lot of the East End voters. So he has that. And remember the last time the progressives were out there attacking Mr. Arden McLean heavily. And I think based on what I've been hearing from East End is that they have punished the progressives now by not electing their candidate. And because of that, they've put their, because of 5 people being running in that constituency too, but they've put the re-elected Isaac, but they have said to me,
the East Enders.
Yes, that they are going to punish the PPM for what they did the last time in taking out, campaigning heavy against Mr. Arden.
But wait. Maybe I'm not following. But East Enders voted Arden McLean out, but now they're turning around and blaming? Or is it so you're saying it's the campaign that was run that swayed them for a minute?
What I've heard is that the PPM, even though they had a good candidate in East End, a good community worker, Ms. Delmira, but the party itself, because of their legacy from the last election in taking out Mr. Arden McLean, they have retaliated against the PPM by giving their candidate a very lukewarm reception.
All right, understood. We have Mr. Joey Hugh with our senior reporter, Norma Connolly. Hello there, Norma.
Hello, Tammy.
Hi, you're there with Mr. Joey Hugh, who has won his seat.
Office here in Georgetown. And we've realized that won 601 votes and often students are the winner. Constituency, how are you feeling right now?
Feeling good. Just one battle is done. The other battle, of course, as the leader of the party is now to see what the rest of my team does as I continue on. But great feeling again. Just want to thank all my friends, my family in particular, my staff here, and all the volunteers that helped through, of course, the constituency of Georgetown North, and for a fourth time. A fourth time. And it's a fantastic feeling.
And now you told me earlier that part of this is to see everybody else over the line through keeping a close eye on your colleagues throughout the evening.
Well, that's what makes it the fastest time around this time around on the party. So we are watching closely what's happening in the other constituency. We have a couple of candidates who are still very close. Some that we're just starting to see the numbers coming. So so now all eyes are on my candidates and where our numbers are and how best we can.
Are there any particular constituencies that you're looking at that's starting to make you a bit worried at this point?
Well, they all worry. It's sort of like a parrot, I guess. But yeah, we are keeping. There's some of them are very early, but we are having a close eye on Red Bay, Prospect, and Savannah, of course. These are constituencies we knew were going to be tough, and so we're closely there. As we watch our numbers, we have to start making some decisions.
Okay. Any idea what those decisions might entail?
Again, as we see the numbers coming from other constituencies that we do not have a candidate in, and those who have declared, then we can start to think about who we can work with, who we cannot work with, and of course, that's who's willing to work with us as well. We do not want to get into any prolonged or straining like we had the last time. I don't think the country deserves that. We certainly will not be engaged in that sort of stuff. But we hope that we can put something together fairly quickly.
Are you hoping the rest of the results come through fairly quickly?
Yeah,
start keeping a plan in place?
Yes, it's been very slow. Some of them, I mean, just saw the fresh options coming out. So it's hoping that they'll cut through a bit quicker now and we can start.
Thank you to you both, and congratulations there to Mr. Joey Hufu in his seat, and to those who have won their seats so far. We have 3 seats declared. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with more. Stay with us.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizour. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille, new DRL design headlights, new tail lamp design, auto LED headlamps, infotainment display, 2-tone seats, rear seat AC vent, elegance. Toyota's legendary reliability.
Call 946-TOYS.
Our energy future depends on action. CUC has developed its national priorities for the electricity industry. These are to ensure 100 megawatts of utility-scale solar capacity with storage to be in service by 2027. Introduce minimum energy efficiency standards for all new homes and buildings. Maintain the reliability of electricity service while transitioning to renewables. By focusing on these 3 priorities, we can confidently improve affordability, environmental performance, and reliability for the future. Together, we can build a sustainable path forward. To learn more, visit www.cuc-cayman.com.
For generations, the financial services industry has played a critical role in the success and prosperity of the Cayman Islands. It's not just about numbers, it's about people. 2/3 of the people in the financial services industry are Caymanian. Their skill, commitment, and hard work power this industry. Together, we are building a stronger, more sustainable future for Cayman. Cayman Finance. Let's thrive together.
We continue with Compass Media's live coverage tonight. This is Cayman Votes 2025. We are going to hear from one of the candidates there in Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, Mr. Lonnie Tibbetts. We caught up with him earlier today.
So it's been well organized by the elections office in your view?
Yes, very well. I certainly would like to see the mobile voting opportunity for Sister Island folks living in Grand Cayman in the next election. Fortunately, it couldn't happen this time, but I'm certainly going to like to see that. It's a number of our citizens have to return home to vote, and I'd like to see that opportunity available to them next election.
All right, we're heading now to the referendum questions because we have just about 40% of the national vote counted at this time, 1:45 PM. We are looking at 65% of those counted saying no to cruise berthing infrastructure. For national lottery support, 50% say yes, and 55% say yes for the decriminalization of consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis. So those are the latest numbers as it pertains to the referendum questions.
Cruise birthing still going strong by a landslide.
Do you think people would be surprised by that? Do you think the pro-port
Some
people
of
would be
them
surprised?
probably, yes, but I mean, the public outcry has been quite strong. It's been overwhelming support against the cruise port in social media and such. So to me, it's not a surprise, but maybe they thought it was other efforts were going to come through, and I don't think they would have put this question forward if they thought they were going to lose.
Right. James?
I think my view of it is this will slow down the momentum of the pro-port people, but the issue is not going anywhere. If it was a yes, the politicians and the side in favor of it would stand up and say, we have a mandate. And if it's a no, which it looks like it's going to be a resounding no, they're going to say it's non-binding.
We're just looking at some video here of it, the protest at Eden Rock. What happens now then in regards to cruise tourism? Where are we left?
Well, that's a very good question. I think the pro-port group were trying to tell us that if there was a no vote, that we can just start packing our bags in regard to cruise tourism. I think that was the extreme view. On the other side, the CPR view, they were talking about potential destruction of the environment. That was an extreme view. I think there's still a lot of opportunity to engage the FCCA, the Florida Caribbean Cruise Association, and work out an arrangement with them. And I think it's still very possible. In the meantime, we can improve the cruise experience. We can better manage our facilities. We can better manage how people are disembarking and embarking along Harbor Drive, so that when they leave Cayman, they still have a good experience and come back as overnight visitors. But to think that this is going to be the end of everything with a no vote, I asked some of the pro-port folks a few weeks ago, did FCCA tell you that they were going to start to write Cayman off if there was a no vote? Nobody could answer. I was at a conference a couple of months ago at the hotel, I think it's the RF conference or one of them, and they had a panel.
At the Westin, right?
Right, they had a panel.
I think I did that.
You might have been, yeah.
I was a moderator for that panel.
Yes, and I asked the representative from Disney.
Yeah.
I said, what will happen if we get a no vote or a yes vote? He said, I can't answer that because that's public affairs to answer that. So they don't have a position. But I think we were being scared to think that if we vote no, it's going to be the end, and people are not going to have jobs and businesses and stuff. There's still going to be a future. We have to have leaders now that can negotiate, engage, and work out the best deal for the Cayman Islands.
What would work exactly? We need a plan, which is what we've been saying all along. So if we can take a look now, I believe we have updated numbers for Newlands. 63% of the vote counted there, and Mr. Panton is so far securely holding on to his seat. 409 votes. He has 50% there of the vote share. All right. So not much in terms of challenge there at this stage, but we still have, and gentlemen, help me with my math, I believe that's 37% of the vote still left to go through.
Yes,
for Newlands.
But based on those trends there, it looks like it's going to continue, and you can almost call Mr. Panton. Next election, I want you to have that big wall that you can actually plot everything like they do.
Well, we're going to start populating those graphics
But it
soon.
looks
We're going to show like how the seats are falling in terms of the parties, so the PPM, the CINP, the TCCP. But we are approaching that midnight hour, and it looks like Mr. Howell's hope that we would be finished by midnight is nowhere near in sight. Your bet of 2 a.m. is probably what we're looking at, Mr. Mario.
Yes. Could I just go back just for a second on the East End situation
Yes,
that I was trying to explain a while ago, right?
Yes.
Remember, last election, Mr. Isaac Rankin was courted by the Progressives as their candidate. He was a proxy. And Mr. Arden McLean at that point was the leader of opposition, right? So there was no love lost between Mr. Arden McLean, who was one of the founding members of the Progressives, and the Progressives.
Right.
So they put up Mr. Isaac as the person to take him out, right? After the election, Mr. Isaac couldn't be found. Remember that? He disappeared, right? So what I was saying to you about the people of East End, they said, well, if the Progressives are going to take...
Wait, sorry. What do you mean he couldn't be found, Mr. Isaac?
Well,
Remember, that was because he was, people were being sent to trouble him outside his house. Are you talking about
that was after.
No, he was he actually went into some kind of hiding because he was being pursued by other parties, and the PPM.
Oh, right, yes. I hear. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
The PPM thought they had him in part of their fold.
I understand.
And then he went into hiding, and then he structured this deal with the PAC. So the people of East End have said that they have traditionally kept in their representatives, and Chris will know because he's an East Ender, for 3 or 4 terms. So it had Mr. Warren Connolly. He was in from 1972 to 1984, I think it was, and then replaced by Mr. John McLean. And he was there for 16, 20 years, and then Mr. Arden McLean. So 1 term is not.
Oh, and there we understood, Mr. Banks. 76% of the vote counted, and it is close between Mr. Roy McTaggart, the incumbent. He is being challenged very strongly by Basil Bud Johnson there. So very narrow there. We're going to take a quick break, gentlemen, and we will get your thoughts. I know you're chomping at the bits. Stay with us. We got more.
Imagine having a team of professionals in your family, managing symptoms, providing reassurance, answering your questions, and supporting you and your family through life's toughest decisions. Imagine having the best care possible, from the right medication to holistic treatments to help the body, mind, and soul. Imagine having all of that in the comfort of your own home, surrounded by the people you love. Imagine being supported in your journey, whether at home or at the Jasmine Villa. Having someone to hold your hand through the many stages of illness. You no longer have to imagine. Thank goodness for Jasmine.
Recently, CUC also invited us to be part of a discussion about renewable energy and how to move forward with that in a way that protects our local forests. So finding a balance there so that we can work together to protect our forests and yet find a way to do renewable energy in a sustainable way is important. And we've been honored to be part of the discussion with CUC.
Attention all Caribbean travelers going abroad for your shopping and vacation. When renting a car or van, visit GoGoFlorida.com, Caribbean owned and serviced website, offering the best rates from Dollar Thrifty and Hertz Rent a Car in the U.S. and worldwide. Only $200 deposit on your credit card. Redeem special discount coupon code LOVE to get your Caribbean discount. Good through 2025 as love is in the air and GoGo Florida loves Caribbean drivers.
Introducing the 2025 Toyota Taizour. Ultimate fusion of rugged SUV capability and urban sophistication. New look grille. New DRL design.
With us, you're watching Cayman Votes 2025 here on Compass Media's election coverage. Gentlemen, we were looking at Georgetown East. This is the very latest. That is a narrow margin there between the incumbent and one of his challengers, Basil Bud Johnson Jr. Your thoughts?
Seems to have turned into a 2-person race now. I'm surprised Emily is not, her numbers are not higher. She did quite well in 2021, but I'm very, very happy to see this has turned into a race. I did not expect it to be one, but I am happy to see the way that it's turning out now. It's turning into a real nail biter now.
Yeah, there's a couple of races that are turning into that. But I think Bordentown East is still a bit early because, as I said, those were just the postal and mobile ballots. So we didn't get the day of vote count in yet. But this one, I think, is one we really, really have to watch now, Georgetown East.
I actually thought Bud was going to make a race of it. I thought from the CINP, Bud, Gary, and Craig, I thought ran solid campaign. So I don't know
And
if
they
I
were
expected
working the
him-
ground from well, at least Gary Rutty and Craig Merrin they were from Christmas, I remember.
Oh yeah, from
right?
September, October.
Even earlier, correct? Yeah.
I thought the three of them in particular had very strong campaigns from the CINP. So I actually expected them to be in it at least. And he's very much in it.
Both of them, Roy McTaggart and Bud Johnson, are good candidates, strong candidates. I mean, Bud has a legacy of his father being Sir Vassal, and Roy also has a great reputation. So, either one wins, we have a good MP for that constituency.
But what does it mean now in terms of, we have to look at what happens with the parties, right? At the end of the day, gentlemen, or at the end of this night, at the very least, what are we going to be left with in terms of where the seats fall and the parties? And are we looking at another situation of 2021?
It would definitely put the progressives in a interesting position if they did not get that Georgetown East seat. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, look, there are the Georgetown East seat and the Bordentown East seat as well. If Mr. Dwayne Seymour does not retain his seat,
that would be a huge upset.
Yes, yes.
I would think those are the only two upsets so far for the night. And if those don't go the PPM way, then I think there's going to be
it's going to be horse trading.
A significant coalition, because I think the paths for success on either side is the PPM candidates teaming up with a handful of the independents who really only want to work with the PPM, and then the CINP and the TCCP combining their forces and pulling one or two independents, maybe an Isaac, maybe a Ralston. So I think those are the two paths, and it seems to be shaping up that way.
It's very interesting that at this particular point in time, you need to have a good finance minister. Mr. Marco Archer was fabulous, phenomenal, followed by Mr. Roy McTaggart. Put the country in good financial position, which has been squandered in the last 4 years. So if Mr. Roy doesn't win his seat, is replaced by Mr. Bud Johnson, I think maybe someone like Ralston Anglin as Minister of Finance might work.
He actually did a very good job, in my opinion, as Minister of Education when he had that role between 2009 and 2013.
He's a CPA, he's good experience.
He's a numbers man.
He could handle that just as well as anybody else. But like I say, it's early days, but that race is very tight. But Mr. Roy is a strong guy, but Bud Johnson is very intelligent and good experience. So we shall see.
Mr. Andre Eubanks would have something to say about that as far as wanting to be the Minister of Finance, I'm sure.
No, but Andre Eubanks is financial services, right?
Yeah, this is public finance.
Yeah, okay. Right.
So more about the country's purse strings.
Yes.
All right. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to take a little bit of a break of sorts. We're going to hear from Mr. Andre Eubanks. I had spoken with him earlier in the week, so we're going to go to that at this juncture.
There's so many lessons to be applied. And that's a good thing in the sense that no one's built a time machine yet, so you can't go backwards. You can only apply this going forwards. Number one, which goes to the root of forming a party, is that people can see who the individuals that you're running with and who you would align yourself with up front, which is important why we formed the party.
So that was lesson number one.
Lesson number one.
Run with people before the vote so people know what you're planning to do should you be successful.
And do not also underestimate the value of having worked together as a team during the election, which the independents in 2021 didn't have. So we will know, for example, as we've been going through the campaign trail, what's going to set Tammy off. If we have a caucus meeting in the first 100 days, because we have the experience with Tammy on the campaign trail, we know if we bring in X, Y, and Z into the caucus without telling Tammy this person's coming in, there could be a fight afterwards. So you're getting to gel and know each other's traits, your strengths, your improvements right here on the campaign trail. So the team gets that sort of test, if you will, which wouldn't have existed in 2021 because everybody was mainly separate. I think there were a few people that were kind of
Yeah,
linked.
there was no common ground, really. There was no
common ground.
manifesto,
Nothing. So even beyond the
so
manifesto.
that was a big lesson for you to learn.
Not just the manifesto, but how it is to work with people every day, just like you must have in the studio. It's different when the team is all aligned and Compass TV has its big poster about who the team is. But how you all actually function in here makes a difference to how the success of the team. That was the other lesson. So out of the 19, so that we do not repeat 2021, and whoever that majority is, has to be the majority that is broadly aligned on principle, broadly aligned on policy objectives, and fit for purpose for each of the roles. There are 8 ministers in cabinet. Fit for purpose for each role. It's got to be the goal of the country. It in my view, it can't be because of ego of who wants which post. What I want to see is a cabinet that is highly qualified, highly stable, that can pull the country forward. In my view, that's TCCP, obviously. However, with your extension of that question, well, what if they don't all get in? You then have to look for alignment from people based on not personality, but what they have, either their track record or what they have stated in the campaign, manifesto or otherwise, that you can see transparently, to form what can be the most efficient, effective, and competent cabinet, willing to have standards. Because even if you have competence, but if you're not willing to uphold certain values and standards, you could be just as diabolical. Once you're in there and you see the finances, you know there's a few things that you got to take care of right away. You got to try to take care as much as you can, cost of living. You've got to try to take as much as you can, waste management. You also have to take away as much as you can, immigration and education reform. With those items in mind, hopefully you can stabilize the budget. But most importantly, out of 100 days, and I don't think I said this in the leaders debate, I think I said it in the West Bay South Forum, the overarching challenge of our time, as I see it, and my colleagues in the Caymanian Community Party see it, is narrowing the divide or the gap between the wealth in the country that's coming to the country and those without. That, to mine, is the country's central challenge. And I should have included getting back to the access to housing in those top priorities. All of those items, if you go back and look at my West Bay South Forum, are all items that are a means to closing that gap. The overarching challenge that we face, and you've heard me say this in many financial services conferences, commerce conferences, so I'm not just saying this because we're now in these roles here. You've heard me say this for the whole term, is that we have to have a system where our people, our Caymanians, are participating and benefiting from the success that's coming to the island. System of a parliamentary system rather than a presidential system, you won't have, the premier doesn't have the power to have executive orders to do certain things. In the parliamentary system and the cabinet system, some of the items that you have to deal with are already prescribed for you, to bring some reality to this conversation. So the first thing you'll have to do, particularly in light, which I'm sure you'll come to in your questions, is the finances. You have to be able to now, particularly in light of that pre-election financial update, stabilize the finances to find out exactly what's been happening. Two, you'll then have to begin to prepare the budget for 26-27.
And the SPS, right?
And the SPS.
The strategic policy statement.
Which feeds into the 26-27 budget. So your first priority is to get a handle on the finances and to begin to do the SPS and then link that for the preparation for the preparing of the 26-27 budget, along with aligning the cabinet and so forth. But all of those sort of fundamental things happen. But after that, once you've now taken charge of cabinet and you're sitting in the room, those are your first priorities, because the budget is the lifeblood of what you're able to execute. Without it, there's not much that you can do.
So you're looking at the budget and you want to choose those priority items that you want to focus on, right?
Yes.
What would those priority items be, right? So you're getting ready to do a budget so you can take it to the House to get it passed. What, let's say, infrastructure projects or other would you like to tackle first and foremost?
So what you'd like to do and what you can afford to do is two different questions. So it would be good to give some glossy answers now, but until you actually see the state of things, it might change your priorities. But you know the things that need to be done. You need to get back to doing the regen project and do something more scaled down, waste management, do something smaller. That's a crisis. Get on the road to planning for that. You have to then invest in immigration reform. We have to, which is tied to education and the workforce planning, cost of living. You might have to immediately, as much as you can afford it, drop duties, particularly on the more healthy items so that people can afford those, motivate behaviors to eat healthier rather than junk food. So there's a number of things that you're gonna have to do right away, but to identify that, you really need to see the budget, because it's a famous quote, it could have been former President Biden, show me your budget and I'll show you what you care about. So once
a great quote.
Show me your budget. So you can say a lot of things, was his point. But unless I see, it's like a household.
Yeah.
Unless I could see what
What can
Tammy
I actually
Suleiman and
spend?
what you can spend, and when be able to see what is Tammy Suleiman in her monthly, because as a household, you must have, I do, my wife's a CFO.
Okay, so she runs.
So it's itemized what we're spending on as a
Right,
family
right.
for the month, which is why I more so equate running a government not so much as a corporation or a company, but more so as running a household.
What I promised was to bring something different. We are, as a party, after celebrating our 20th anniversary a few years ago, at a transition point. We had a transition in leadership, or fourth transition in leadership. The first leader was Honorable Kurt Tibbetts, and then he passed it on to Sir Alden McLaughlin. He stayed on for a term to support him. Sir Alden passed it on to Mr. Roy McTaggart and stayed on for a term to support him. And now Mr. McTaggart has passed it on to myself, and he's staying on for a term to support me. So we have that continuity. But at the same time, very similar to where we were in 2013, we're transitioning. In 2013, there were 4 incumbents on the PPM team that won that government. That was Mr. Kurt Tibbetts, Mr. Tony Eden, Mr. Mose Kekernel, and
Mr. Alden McLaughlin.
Mr. Alden
Now
McLaughlin.
Sir Alden.
Now Sir Alden. And the rest were all freshmen.
Including yourself.
Including myself.
I remember those days well.
Including myself. And so we're similarly back there now. And what we were told by the country was that they really enjoy and support the PPM because they know that they can trust us. They know that we are stable leadership, in particular during times like COVID. Our financial prudence is something that the country recognizes. But what they wanted to see was a bit more diversity in the party. They wanted to see a little bit of a change, some younger blood, some diversity. And I think that is what we are delivering here with the team that we have, with the 13 candidates that we have. We have the right mix of age, we have the right balance and experience and new blood, and we certainly have the gender balance with 5 very, very strong ladies on our team for the upcoming elections. And that will transcend further after the elections. If we are going to stay in cruise tourism, we have got to provide a better product for our guests. We would never put our guests that are flying in at the airport through the type of arrangements we have down in the port. They're competing with cargo equipment. They're standing in long lines for hours in the sun on a tarmac covered in grease and oil. It is just not, whether it's 95-degree heat or pouring rain, it is just not a pleasant experience for our guests. This is the Cayman Islands, and we're in 2025, and that is how we're treating our guests, and guests that we hope will come back and be stay-over tourists. So if we are going to stay in this industry, we have got to provide some modern facilities for them. Is that 1 pair? Is that 2 pairs? Those are the questions to be answered. What is the carrying capacity of Georgetown? What is our long-term strategic plan? Is it to just provide a better welcoming environment? Is it to provide a air-conditioned terminal that when they do come in on the tenders and we manage and say, these are the ships we want, and they can tender in, but at least we have a modern facility for them to disembark into and get some reprieve from the journey.
So you're encouraging voters to say yes on that question? Short answer.
The short answer is, if people ask me, I will say, because what the question is asking, should we look at modernizing our berthing facilities? And like I said, there's a lot more to be answered after that. What will I be voting? I will probably be voting yes, that we need to have a look at it. I don't think a no vote answers any questions either. So for me, it is about the quality of the experience that we're offering to our guests. If we had an RFP prepared or in the process of preparing RFPs for parking garages, and ideally we would like these parking garages to be on a satellite of Georgetown and this hop on, hop off service would take you around those parking garages as well. So if you can imagine, if there's property, I think there was a property by credit union, but can you imagine if you're coming in from the eastern districts or even up in the LPH, but if you're coming in from the eastern districts, you can pull into a parking garage there and then get off, get onto a hop on, hop off, get into town, get off where you want to get off and do what you need to do in town. So you don't have to drive in town, sit in that traffic by police station and stuff, and then take the hop on, hop off, back to your car, get in your car and drive back to the eastern districts. That was the vision and the vision that we have for public transport. And of course, at the same time, to finish on public transport, it has to be reliable, it has to be safe, and it has to be comfortable. So bus depots in strategic locations next to fire stations, police stations, that sort of thing, well lit, vending machines, air conditioned, covered so that if it's pouring rain, you don't get wet getting into the bus, and putting in service direct bus routes that have maybe 2 stops or 3 stops on the way into town. The omnibuses, the small Cayman operated omnibuses, still will have a purpose operating within the districts and between the districts. And maybe we minimize that down to Cayman operated only like the taxis are, who know, but we'll have to look into those things. But you can actually, let's say you live in Grum Point, you can actually drive to the bus terminal at the Frank Sound Fire Station, park your car, and take a bus straight into Georgetown, do your Georgetown work, get back, and take your car back home. Some aspects of it that we certainly have a look at, but I can't say that we support the paper in its entirety, not at all. There has to be a balanced approach to this. And it is, we can call it reform or we can call it modernizing. Immigration is, I don't know that if there's a country that's gotten it right, but we are certainly going to do our best to ensure that Caymanians are protected and that Caymanians have an opportunity to breathe and not just survive, but thrive in this country, this wonderful country, best place in the world to still live. We just have to ensure that our Caymanians participate in all that it has to offer. And that includes training, that includes securing jobs for them, that includes ensuring that they don't hit that glass ceiling, whether it's through immigration, through the business staffing plans, but it also means that we have to tighten the way that persons get permanent residency, because everybody's saying status, but the fact is that once you get PR, you're on your road to status. So we have to look at that. And a lot of the things we have been hearing when we're out walking is that has to be tightened, maybe make it a little bit more difficult. But instead of just how much money someone has to get PR, we need to start looking at things like how much have they immersed themselves in our community? You know, what are their values, these sorts of things. And then of course we need to go back to look at and find the data, which I think is key. Look at what are the occupations that are now being supported and satisfied by Caymanians versus those that we still need to train Caymanians to fill when we make the decisions as to who gets PR and who doesn't get PR.
You are watching Compass Media's coverage of the general elections. This is Cayman Votes 2025. We are now past the midnight hour. It's officially May 1st. And here we are. We are watching the votes as they come in. We're going to get the very latest now. Let's see where we're headed to get the latest numbers. We're going to Cayman Brac West, and we're able to declare that Nicholas DaCosta is the winner there with 262 votes. That's 98% of the vote counted there of those ballots cast. Lonnie Tibbetts just behind with 207 votes. So we can declare that seat for the Cayman Islands National Party. Nicholas DaCosta has won that seat. Over now to Prospect. We have the latest numbers there. With 69% of the vote counted, Sabrina Turner is in the lead at the moment with 269 votes. Just behind her is Michael Miles with 258 votes, and Crystal Gomez has 190 votes. So that is looking interesting indeed, with almost 3/4 of the vote counted. Again, a tight race between Michael Miles and Sabrina Turner. We're going now to Philip Richter, who is there at the Cayman Islands National Party headquarters, and he is being joined by Philip. Oh, you are there with Mr. Johnson. I'm seeing it now, Mr. Johnson. Philip,
yes,
over to you.
Yes, Tammy, yes, we are still live. The optimism is still, I mean, it's Thursday, election day was yesterday, it's past midnight, it's May 1st. We're still here. The optimism hasn't died down. I'm here with Mr. Bud Johnson. Bud, we saw the updated figures. You're 11 votes shy from incumbent Mr. Roy Taggart. How is this for you?
I'm feeling good about it, Philip. I mean, you know, as a first-time candidate with a brand new party going against a four-term incumbent, to be this close at this stage of the game, I'm elated. I'm elated.
Yes. What do you make of the results that came in? Lonnie Tibbetts, Nicholas Dagasa, he was just declared the winner for. As you can hear at home, the vibes are still going strong, even though it's not election day, but it's not done yet. But how is it for you celebrating this victory?
I'm feeling really good about it. You know, Nicholas has run a good tough race, and I've got to know him very well. He's a good man, and I'm happy for it.
Nice. As the race goes on, are you feeling confident for your fellow party mates?
Yeah, I mean, we always knew it was going to be a tough fight, but you know, the solidity that we have as a party, you know, it's reassuring, and I think that the ethos of the party is very strong, and we're supporting each other, and just look forward to what the next couple of boxes from Georgetown East are going to bring us.
My last question to you is, you have said in interviews that it took you a while to make this decision to run. How do you feel that now that you've made it and we're here today?
Oh, I wouldn't change it for anything, Philip. I mean, it has been such an experience, one, getting to know my fellow candidates and getting to reconnect, I should say, with a lot of the constituents. It's been absolutely amazing. It's been life-changing. I would not trade this, win or lose. I wouldn't trade this experience for anything in the world.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Tammy, do you have any questions for Mr. Budd?
Mr. Johnson, pleasure to speak with you there. It's a bit of a long night, but the margin there between yourself and Mr. McTaggart, you know, who's held the seat there for 3 consecutive terms, it looks like it's a tight race. Are you hopeful that you're going to maybe surpass him here in the votes? What are your thoughts?
Tommy, of course I'm hopeful. I'm gonna but you know, it's a people's choice, Tommy, and you know, people say, "Oh, but you're relaxed." Yeah, I'm relaxed. I mean, it is a people's choice. I put myself forward, and they've got, you know, it's up to them. If they choose Roy over me, so be it. And but you know, I've no regrets about stepping into the arena and making the offer to serve myself. Whatever the outcome, I'm happy. I'll be happy with it. Of course, get me some more votes out of that last box, will you?
Well, I think your anxiousness for the boxes to be counted matches ours here in the studio as well. We're all waiting with bated breath for the very last box to be counted, so then we can have some certainty as to where we're headed as a country. Certainly appreciate the update from you both. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for joining us, as well as Philip. Thank you for all the coverage you've been doing, and we'll be sure to check in with you later on. Thank you, guys. All right, and so we're going to take a look at the updated map of the Cayman Islands, which shows exactly where we are at this stage, with 45% of the vote counted. That equates to about 7,974 votes. The total, as you can see, of the ballots cast today, and also with the mobile and postal ballots, 17,531. So, gentlemen, we're just approaching that halfway mark. Hopefully your 2 o'clock prediction is true, Mr. Mario.
Hopefully.
I'm holding on to that right now. So, should the Cayman Islands develop cruise berthing infrastructure? The 65% of those who voted say no. Moving on through to the question number 2 of a national lottery, the introduction of that in the Cayman Islands. 50% of those who answered the question say yes. And the third question, do you support the decriminalization of consumption and possession of small amounts of cannabis? 55% say yes. So those numbers continue to hold, with no for cruise berthing, yes for decriminalization of cannabis, and yes for the introduction of a national lottery. So, Mr. Johnson, he was in good form, eh?
Yes.
He's in very good form. I mean, look, between him and Mr. Rutti, they're like, we're here for a good time. No, I mean, it's a serious matter, but at the end of the day, it's true. It's out of your hands, and we heard that from a number of the candidates as well. It's out of your hands now. The people have had their say. We just have to sit back, wait for the numbers to roll in, see where the chips fall, and smile and enjoy it while we can. Gentlemen, guess what? Mr. Mario, West Bay West. Let's head over there. We have some numbers. We're going to see what's happening. I know. Hang on to your hat. Oi! With nearly 40% of the vote counted, Miss Julie Hunter is in the lead with 192 votes. 9 votes. Is my math right? No, is that 11 votes?
11.
I'm tired. 11 votes. Behind is Mr. Makiva Bush. Wow.
Good.
That's very close with 39% though.
Yes.
Isn't this where you said you had Mr. Bush in the ropes last time?
Yes, but just be careful because, you know, things happen, but it looks good. So far, so good.
Okay, let's hear from Mr. Mario. You're seeing these numbers. You're thinking back 4 years ago. What's happening right now in your mind as you see this?
There is cautious optimism. You're looking at the numbers. You're thinking about what's happening. You think about who's coming next in terms of the voters, and you just keep bobbing and weaving and keep them on the ropes and just keep the fingers, nails biting, and the twisting and the chair, and just keep the pressure on. You know, that's the way you do it. And but I think she's going to take him out. Yes. TKO. Thank God.
Well, I mean, it is only 39%, so let's not get too far ahead of
Yeah,
ourselves.
but I'm going to celebrate until the last vote is counted there.
Okay, you have to forgive us. It's after midnight. We've been with you since 5 p.m. You know what? But like, in all fairness, Mr. Mario, I mean, that's why I wanted to come to you to get your reaction, because this is an important race. We're talking about someone who's held that seat for 40 years, father of the house. And we heard from him earlier in the day where he said this was a very different campaign to one that he's run before. There's been some family stuff that he's been dealing with, so on and so forth. Again, still early, only 40% of the vote has been counted, and that margin is narrow. But
he has been weakened since the last election. But the fact is that I think that he should have retired. From the last election, I said to him, you know, you've been there for 36 years. Let's pass the baton on to me. I will help all your people as well, and just retire. But he didn't want to retire.
all right, we're getting numbers there for Prospect, and it looks like we can. Whoa! Michael is now in the lead, and it looks like we're not going to call it just yet, but wait. All right, this gentleman, wake up. I think we need some coffee. So, Michael Miles now has 367 votes, 36% of the vote share. Sabrina Turner on his heels now with 351 votes, and Crystal Gomez Wilson is not that far behind with 288.
Well, with 97%, she's out the race.
Well, no, but I mean, but in terms of how this has come down.
Yeah,
a respectable result from her, definitely.
Yeah.
But looking at this, I mean, the CINP looks like they have what, 3 seats so far?
Well, so they have
4?
potential for 5 now, right? If you look at, so they've got Gary, they have Nicholas. Potentially Michael. We don't know about Craig yet. And now Miss Julie.
Yes. So
and Bud's not that far off.
And Bud. So there is potential out there for some real interesting dynamics to happen in the night.
This got really interesting.
All of a sudden, the tables are.
This got really interesting.
Maybe Mr. Peanut's prophecy a while ago that you're going to form the government might be true.
All right, wait, gentlemen. Finally, the last constituency we had not heard from all night. Let's look at Savannah. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well.
So 81% counted there. I have to tell you, I am happy to see that number of 81% because I was kind of worried about Savannah there, where we haven't heard all night since the polls closed at 6 p.m. But here we are at almost 12:30 a.m. and Heather Borden is in the lead with 569 votes. But first time Miss Donna Bush with 384 votes. She's clipping at the heels.
Yes.
She would need a significant number of the rest of the
Yeah.
19% there to make a comeback.
Definitely.
Seems like the gap is probably a little bit too big, but you never know. I mean, it's 8 or 1%, but it's trending that direction heavily. But she's done very well. I mean, for a first-time candidate.
Yeah.
And Heather's a strong candidate.
Right. I mean, Heather has been a candidate there for a while now, so she's done well for herself.
And Heather's a grassroots, community-based candidate, which does a lot for her in that constituency with their demographic. But Donna is the first-time contender. 40%. That's
respectable.
Yes.
Very respectable.
Very, very respectable.
Yes.
All right, so gentlemen, those are the numbers there. I think between West Bay West and Prospect, we have some mulling over and trying to figure out where these races are actually going to land up. Some tight ones there, as we said.
It's looking like there's a few potential upsets on the horizon. We were wondering if there was going to be one or two tonight. There could be one in West Bay West, and then Mr. Bodden is leading John based on the last number.